today. So here on the Today Show, we love to showcase the biggest artists and their newest tracks. And over the next hour, some of the industry's biggest stars are going to talk to us about their biggest hits. And if you're into people like Harry Styles or Jack Harlow or Sheryl Crow, we have got you covered. Country listeners, how about little Keith Urban? He caught up with us on what he's got going on as well. If you're into soul or jazz, John Batiste is going to tell you what's been going on with him. But first, like a fine wine, she gets better over time. We're talking about the one and only Lizzo. Her latest album, Special, dropped in July, marked by her visit to our plaza. And of course, About Damn Time has now hit #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. Let's take a listen to Lizzo's visit with us here at 1A.
Sunshine.
Good morning,
She's
good
back.
morning, good morning. Oh, good to see you.
Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face I see here, and there are a lot of faces out here for you. How you feeling? You ready?
It's been a very wild week. Like the Emmys, starting off with 6 noms, and like the album, and About That Time being #1. I'm just like, I can't handle it. It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
This is a moment. Can we talk for a second about the Emmy nominations? I mean, we expect Grammys, we expect fame. Emmys, that's something special.
You expect Grammys and fame.
For you, I expect everything.
I just want to play music, man.
Wow.
Yeah, the Emmys were shocking. I mean, we did watch out for the big girls just so I could have dancers.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't think about trophies or accolades. So to be acknowledged is just incredible. I already feel like a winner.
Well,
I mean, you know me.
You are a winner. The Emmys in September, actually, so we'll be there. Maybe they'll ask you to perform. That'd be kind of amazing.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Just a little hint. It is on NBC. Talk to me about the new album. It's About Darn Time. See how I cleaned it up? It's a family show.
Right, y'all know I was struggling with the clean version earlier. Who saw me running through this? The album it's out. First of all, I was up way later than I should have been, just on Twitter looking at everybody's favorite songs. Coldplay is like a standout. Special is a standout, and To Be Loved, which I want to do for y'all today. I'm so proud of this album. It was 3.5 years in the making, and it's literally a classic no skips album. It's the best thing I've ever done.
You know what's funny, Lizzo, because you're having this incredible moment right now, there are people who don't know you as well as our crowd who may think this came easy, that this was just something like she's talented, she has a moment, but this whole moment you're in was a long time coming, wasn't it? Tell me about that.
It takes 10 years to be an overnight success. I've been doing this since I was 9 years old. I've been writing songs. I've been studying flute since I was 12. I've been in rap crews, and I put out Lizzo Bangers in 2012, my first solo mixtape. So I've been through it all, girl. I've done it all, and now I'm here, and it's very surreal.
Why is it hitting now, do you think?
Because that's how it was supposed to go down.
Yeah.
I think I needed to discover my self-love. I think because the music that's connecting to people is about my self-love. And 10 years ago, I wasn't here. I was not at this place.
You weren't.
But you're ready now, and you're going back out on tour.
Yes!
Yeah. Talk to
What
us.
does it feel like to perform in front of a crowd like this? You were born for this.
My favorite thing was on Twitter. Everybody's like, the album is so great. I need to see this live. I'm like, yes, please buy tickets to the tour. The special tour, I'm bringing Lotto. So it's going to be big energy. And we just added dates because we sold out Madison Square Garden.
Oh, we sold out Madison Square Garden.
Did I say that prematurely? Oh, my God. My manager was like, we did sell it out, though. We did sell it out.
Oh, she is so fun, and what a talent. That is Lizzo. So thank you for being here, Lizzo. Next up, we checked in with another pop sensation. That's Mr. Charlie Puth. Now, Charlie also spent some time with us back in July and highlighted all the fun that he's having on TikTok.
We are so excited on this Friday morning to have Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Charlie Puth with us on our city concert stage.
Just this week, Charlie announced that his 3rd album, it'll come out October 7th.
That's
Charlie,
right.
good morning.
Good morning.
This
Good morning. Hi, everybody.
Do you know that people sleep on concrete overnight so that they can see you in the morning? Do they line up and they have been waiting all night to see you?
I don't know why. No, I appreciate
What
that.
is it? Tell us about this album, because everyone is unique in its own way. People actually got to see the process as you made this on TikTok. They tuned in.
Right. I wanted everybody to feel like they wrote the songs with me. So by the time it came album release time, they felt like, I had part of this song. I wrote it.
I love it. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, this is your third album, but this one is self-titled. This one's called Charlie. Why is this one self-titled?
In the past, I love my first two albums, but this is the most true I've ever been. I know that's super cliche to say that, but this is the album that I would have put out if this were my first album.
Why didn't you?
I was, record label stuff
Yeah.
like at the time.
Yeah.
Different record label stuff.
You know, Hoda asked earlier for people to raise their hands if they follow you on TikTok. I am blown away. What is it about the community that you love? I mean, you're making songs there. You really connect with them there.
All I want to do, and this is for everybody, all I want to do is inspire you to make music out of non-musical things, because even the subway running in the background right now is A flat, something like that.
Wow.
You could layer that, and then the sound of your voice could be made into a song. Anything could be made into music, and that's why I joined TikTok, was to just prove that.
And for the people who didn't watch on TikTok and they're wondering, how do you make music? First of all, you have perfect pitch, which is one of those incredible things.
I'm thinking of the subway sound now.
Is that
I'm
what
trying
you
to
can't
get
get it out?
of my
The
mind.
notes?
But you also scratch things down in the note section of your phone. You have different ways of making music, right?
Well, definitely. I mean, this next one we're going to perform for you came to me in a dream, and I just had the... And I wanted to play with panning because that's how the Beatles used to have their vocals on either side, the left or the right side.
So does it just come to you like that? Like in the middle of the night, you get
Literally. It happened on the
inspiration?
plane ride here yesterday.
What
and
came then?
You'll hear it.
Another new song.
Yeah.
Charlie's got it all going on. We know that. We can't wait to hear more from him this fall. So coming up after the break, we'll continue with our mega music stars. Conan Gray shares what's behind the honesty in his music after this.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to our Pop Start Plus special, where we're covering the best of this summer's music. We had a lot of it around here. Conan Gray is a rising pop star, known for his deeply emotional songs that connect with his fans across social media. And he was nice enough to stop by our plaza, and we asked him a few burning questions.
Conan, it is so great to see you. And for some reason, when I picture you, I picture a 12-year-old little one in his bedroom singing and writing songs. Now you've got praise from Elton John, from Taylor Swift. You're besties with Olivia Rodrigo. What do you think about being at this moment in your journey?
It's bizarre. I don't know why anyone cares.
Oh, but they do. They care a lot.
They do, yeah, because I think that's part of the charm, too. I feel like you're unaware of how awesome you are. Don't you guys think that? You don't even get it.
Thank you.
It's such a great moment.
You know, I want to ask you about something because you write a lot about love, you write a lot about heartbreak as well, but you've also said in the past, you've never really been in love. So how do you write so well about it? Where does the inspiration come from?
Here's the thing. I've been in love before. They just haven't loved me back.
Oh. Which now the songs all make perfect sense. Okay, I polled your beautiful crowd for some questions, and these were the pressing ones. Number one, how do you get your hair to look like that?
I'm just beautiful. I can't help it.
Okay, the second question they had is, what is your New York City bagel order?
Oh, bacon, egg, and cheese.
And the third one is that everyone asked a lot of was your coffee order.
Just a black coffee.
Oh, he's
black
simple.
coffee, no sugar, no cream.
Simple.
Just like that.
Simple.
I want to ask you about the fashion.
Yeah.
I mean, because this is beautiful. What do we think about the outfit?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the Met Gala outfit, but that's still pretty hot. Where does that inspiration come from, your fashion sense?
I feel like my whole life, fashion has always been something that I used to like hide myself or like disguise, you know, all scared. But lately I just realized that nothing really matters and might as well just have fun with it while you're here.
Amen.
Well, you're in luck. We have a bit more with Conan Gray. Here's his visit to the third hour.
Today, the 23-year-old superstar is releasing his second studio album. It's called Super Ache, and he stuck around to tell us more about it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you. Thank you. We feel like we're at the beginning of something that's going to be huge.
Thank you.
I asked you outside about the title, Super Ache, and you're a little coy. So I want to give you another chance. Super Ache, what's the backstory on the album title?
The backstory is I wanted to, like, come up with some word that kind of had that feeling of, like, you know, when you're like getting over something, getting over like a breakup, and you're being really annoying about it. You're like calling all your friends and you're like, this is the end of the world, and they're like, it's not. Like, it's just not that serious. I wanted like a super ache. You know, I wanted that like kind of lingering feeling, like, very dramatic.
Word that captures it all.
Yeah.
Are you getting over a big breakup?
I've never dated anyone.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
So really, I'm just a liar, I guess.
You're doing so well.
Thank you.
I mean, just seeing all your fans out there, girls, guys, everybody just screaming over you and your performance this morning. So how does this new album differ from what people have heard already?
Well, I wrote my first album, Kid Crow, when I was a teenager, and there was a lot of teen angst. I was really angry and frustrated, and I think since then my anger has sort of softened to just so much sadness.
Oh.
So that's what you can get on Super Ache. It's super exciting.
You go from anger to sadness.
Yeah, tell us about that. What do you mean?
I mean, I think that's the progression. When you're young, you're like, oh, you're like fighting against the world. You're like, oh, and now I'm like, oh, maybe some things are my fault. Maybe sometimes, like, you break your own heart, you know, things aren't personal, you know, sometimes people just don't have the same feelings for you. So I think that's like the biggest thing I've learned.
Have you always kind of put your emotions into like lyrics?
Yeah, I've always written. I mean, when I was a kid, I would like write little like diddles for like signs that I'd see on the street, or like goldfish and stuff like that. You know, I would just like sing little songs, and then eventually I started writing longer songs when I was like 12-ish.
I love it because you're really targeting like those things that you have to sit in and just process through. I also wanted to ask about Julia Michaels, the Grammy-nominated artist, because you were able to collaborate with her on a few tracks. What was that like?
I mean, she's incredible. She's just like me, and I feel like there are very few people in life who will really tell you how they feel about something super honestly, and she's just dead honest all the time. I think that's so important.
Like when you say just like me, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I guess so. I feel like it's important to be brutally honest with songwriting for people to actually be able to relate.
One of the things I noticed when we were outside is your fans, they really seem to deeply feel your music. They really seem to emote when you're up there. To what do you attribute that? Why do you think that your fans really are able to connect with your music in such a visceral way?
I mean, I think that I just write music like it's my diary, essentially, and I feel like, you know, any human emotion, any real human emotion is really nice and comforting to be able to lie in.
I hear that you're a big fan of plants. We don't think that's odd at all. In fact,
you're a big fan.
I am.
Yeah, you're
a huge fan. We wanted to help you embrace this love
Thank
of
you
plants.
so much.
We wanted to present you with something. This is a special plant from the third hour of today. Thank you, Brian.
Wow.
Her name is Fern.
Yes.
This is so special.
Yes.
Fern.
Fern
When I was a
Gray.
kid, I wanted to be a biology teacher, so.
Really?
Oh, wow.
So when you're about to start your whole big tour, you're going on the road for 3 months. Are you bringing plants with you?
Maybe I'll bring Fern.
Take Fern. Fern Gray.
If Fern's okay
Send
with
us pictures. Conan, thank you. Thank you so much. Conan.
Again, great to hear from Conan. And still coming up, Nashville comes to New York City. We've got updates from country stars Keith Urban and Maren Morris next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Yes. This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York.
The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
We're fresh and reorganized for fall.
Start today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back. We're having some fun here, highlighting some of the best summer music here on Today. So Keith Urban first moved to Nashville back in 1990. He's obviously been making hit after hit after hit ever since then. And he spoke to us on the plaza about returning to the stage in the wake of the pandemic.
We are back with Mr. Keith Urban. I was saying that Carson knows G, D, and E. If you
I do
need
know
it.
that,
Yes.
yeah. I bought the Eagles Complete Songbook and a guitar in San Francisco, and I learned, all those songs that were G, C, D, E.
Well, you're going to have to sit in with us, Carson.
How did you learn?
I love it.
I started when I was 6.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And did you have lessons, or is it just one of the things
Yeah,
you
I
picked up?
got taught some chords,
Yeah?
and I just loved it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're back on tour.
Finally.
And what's it feel like out there?
Amazing. It feels like we never left.
Aw.
Even after that long of not playing, that
Right.
first show felt like, so anyway, it
Here we
was like
are.
we just played the week before.
Oh,
It's
that's
crazy.
amazing.
Yeah.
And your 16th anniversary
Yeah,
just
thank
happened.
you. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. It
How's
feels-
that? How was that
Feels
celebration?
really good. And we got engaged here in New York City, so it's nice to be back here.
Oh.
Yeah.
And your girls are growing up.
They are, yeah.
We have a tween and a teen.
Yes.
Do they think you're cool or no?
I think it's on and off.
Yeah.
Depends on the day.
Depends on the day.
Yeah.
Do they listen to your music at least?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. They don't have a choice, do they?
You're doing 50 dates, is that right?
Yeah, about 50 dates or so, yeah.
Folks
Crazy.
who come out to see you this time around, what can they expect?
That, just a whole lot of release and just forgetting about everything that's going on in your life for over 2 hours. Simple as that.
Always awesome to hear. He's literally one of our favorite people around here. Every time he leaves, we say, Keith Urban is top notch. Good times, great guy. And the big country stars just keep on coming. One of our favorites, Maren Morris, spoke to Savannah and Hoda about motherhood, about her music, and what kept her motivated after a few failed auditions.
Maren, it's so good to see you. Since 2019, since you've been here, and you went out on tour for the first time in a couple of years this summer.
Yeah.
Is it like riding a bike? Just getting right back on the horse?
It is. It's definitely different because I have my son with me now.
Oh.
But it's so fun. I've really missed everyone. I missed my band, my crew. I miss the fans. And then I miss New York City for sure.
Well, New York City missed you too.
Well, you talk about your son. He's 2 years old,
Yeah.
just about to be 2. Tell us what motherhood's like.
I mean, I have no context because I only have one kid, and I had him at the beginning of COVID, so it was just a really strange time anyways, but this is such a fun phase. He's a toddler. He's talking a lot more now. We're about to start potty training, which is going to be fun.
What's your song that he loves? What's the one that gets him?
You know, he can't really make requests yet, but yeah, I don't know. Probably, I have a song on my record called Hummingbird that's about him.
Hummingbird?
That I wrote the day that I found out I was pregnant. So it's sort of like my haze lullaby.
And you were telling us earlier he's coming out on the road with you.
Yeah.
He's on the tour bus?
He has a little crib bunk on my bus. And yeah, he's a road dog already.
A road dog. There's so many things to love about you. I don't know, a lot of you guys probably know because you're huge fans, but you tried out for American Idol. Is that right?
Yeah,
American Idol.
one of many shows I tried out for and didn't get.
But I mean, even through the cattle call, because I think people get discouraged when they get to that point and they say, well, maybe I don't have the thing. Why did you stay with it?
I think you just have to have a healthy dose of self-delusion to stay in this business. And I think part of it's confidence, part of it's delusion. But if you know that you have something, I just feel like keep going. And the long road honestly pays off a lot better. And now, you know, it's so crazy. People audition with my songs on those shows.
Full circle.
So it sort of feels like justice in a way. But yeah, no, I say keep going for your dream. Those shows are fun and they're great, but I've had friends on them. But, you know, I feel like things worked out okay for me, and I didn't make it past that. So yeah.
I loved that you posted your ticket. Your mom found your American Idol ticket, but haven't things just kind of far exceeded your dreams?
Yeah, I feel like if I had found that 10 years ago, I was like, Mom, why would you save the ticket to the thing I didn't get? But now it's really cool. I love it.
Well, she's got so many great songs, and don't worry, we have more Marin coming up. She spoke to Hoda and Jenna about her songwriting process. You'll hear that next.
Marin is out on tour. She's got a new album. It's called Humble Quest. It's so good to have you. You know, Jenna and I started off the show we talked about music, and it feels almost chemical. Like when you hear the notes or the words, you literally, your eyes can well up after just that much of a song. And I picked Dear Hate, and Jenna picked another one that you did.
Crowded Table with the Highwaymen.
Yeah. Do you know?
Those are tearjerkers.
Do you know when a song has that thing that you know it's going to captivate? Do you feel it?
I do. I mean, I always feel like it's in my gut, and when you say it's chemical, I do think it is. I think certain vibrations hit us as like bags of water. It is like molecular. When music makes you feel instantly emotional, it really is just a noise. It's a note that's vibrating and hitting you in a certain way. So it really is like, it's physical, it's chemical, it's emotional, it's all the things, and it's magical, really.
And it's also words. You know, words can make a difference, and your songwriting is epic in that way. We played 2 songs that mean, you know, multiple things. But what they really mean is like, we want a place that's more peaceful and more beautiful. Like, do you take the songwriting process seriously?
I do, and I think kind of going to the school of, like the Nashville School of Songwriting, I had to, and I still feel like the best songwriters in the world live in Nashville, Tennessee. So that's where I really cut my teeth and learned how to write lyrics. But yeah, it's storytelling. Like, we are modern day storytellers, around the fire, that sort of thing, doing it today. So lyrics, absolutely. Like, I think the first thing I hear are notes and the melody, and then I'll like get obsessed and get into the actual story. But yeah, it's all encompassing for sure.
Who have you looked at throughout your career? And we love your career because you came through, it was not easy street. You tried out for American Idol, in the cattle call, they said no thanks. You tried out for other shows, they said no thank you. But was there somebody who you looked at as sort of your North Star, like, if I could just be kind of in that lane, I'd have it made?
Yeah, I think the sort of genreless artists like, you know, Sheryl Crow and Bonnie Raitt, even Dolly. I mean, everyone like hails Dolly as this country icon, which she is, but she's done, you know, Islands in the Stream was a pop song. And then she did the trio record with Emmylou and Linda. So I just think, not that I consider myself in those ranks, but those are the women that I look up to, because I feel like you can't really define what they are. They're just them.
And that's what
So-
you are.
Well,
yeah,
that-
people always
yeah,
say
exactly.
country, but it's true.
That's exactly like my daughter was like, no, Mom, Maren Morris, she just calls you your full name.
Yeah.
It's not a country star. She sings pop too.
Yeah,
and
she's
I
the middle.
love that.
Yeah.
Because what
Yeah.
you're teaching girls is that they can be whoever they are.
You get to
know?
define who
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah, and like I definitely feel the most at home in country music, but even country music has been broken open so wide over the last like 10 years that it feels like, yeah, it's like not one size fits all.
Yeah.
It's just like do what makes you feel good, write the songs that make you feel something. Let someone else figure out what they'd like to classify it as. It's not really
By
your
the way,
problem.
that's the perfect way.
Yeah.
Your life changed a lot since the pandemic. You have a beautiful baby.
Yeah.
How has that baby sort of changed you personally, professionally, and always? Oh my God! Look at the
He's
What is he
picking blueberries.
doing?
I love
Oh my
Yeah,
God!
a little smush.
Can you handle it?
I know, and I love having a boy. It's just not that I have much to go off of, but I really do love having a boy. I feel like it's really calmed me down. Even though everyone says you get more stressed out when you have kids, for me, I feel like as a songwriter, as a person, it's made me just really hone in on my perspective on things and knowing that, you know, I love what I do. I feel like I have a purpose here, but it's just like kids make you feel really important and also so insignificant because it's about them. It's not just about you anymore. And it's heightened my empathy levels to reaches unknown. So I think as a songwriter that it's helped me like have a bigger heartbeat.
And to be on tour again, I read that you said like when you went back on tour that it's the best you felt in 2 years.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm having the most fun on this tour than I ever have because I had those 2 years to kind of strike out all the things I don't want to do and continue that are like soul sucking.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I'm just doing the things that I would like to do on this tour,
By the way,
on this
that's
album.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and just like the art of saying no. And I feel like it's allowed me to say yes to a lot more like things that are concrete, like that fill my soul than, you know, kind of like run me down.
Yes.
So it's been, I'm the happiest person I've been in all of my album cycles, just because I think maybe my son and then also having just 2 years to kind of decompress my feelings after like 15 years of touring.
Yes.
Yeah, it was good for me.
Boy, saying no, that's,
I know.
we've been talking about that a lot and learning that. You
I love
learned it.
saying no.
Yeah.
Stay with us because we've got a whole lot more country vibes to share. We're talking about getting fancy like with Walker Hayes.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. You may know Walker Hayes from his hit song Fancy Like. He told the third hour about how it just absolutely took off on TikTok and what it's been like touring with his family.
Good to see you again.
Good morning.
Hey.
I can't even tell you how many times we've listened to all your songs in the car with my boys. I'm so upset I didn't bring them in today.
Are you tired of them yet?
No. I mean, we just sing along. It's just, it's so
great.
fun. So what was it like for you this morning to be out there, here on the Today Show on the City Concert stage with everybody singing your song?
It's surreal. One of my friends played me a funny video when we played here 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody, I'm standing outside in the dark. And I'm like, it's gonna be a good show. Yeah. And we were just getting started. And then, of course, that song, Fancy Like, it's changed our life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can play shows like this and people just come from everywhere.
Yeah.
So that was, if you could be in my mind during the show, I was just thinking, man, life is wild.
I was going to say, it is a understatement to say it's been a breakthrough year, and it feels like it just hasn't stopped. You're going to do your arena tour. You're going to do this MLB Field of Dreams game I saw. Have you had time to just stop and take a break with the family?
No, I was just talking to my tour manager. We started when Fancy Like popped, and we've just been holding on for dear life. And that the way my business goes, you got to make hay while the sun is shining. So. Yeah, but the family's out with us, and we're showing them the world, and we're just holding tight to each other and just doing the best we can to keep up. So yeah, it's been a crazy year.
And we're getting a tour here soon, right?
Yeah. The Glad You're Here tour starts September 29th. First show, I believe, is at the Greek
out in LA.
Yeah,
we'll see you out there.
It's going to be awesome. I've only opened for people there. The family will be there. A lot of people come to the show, and if the family doesn't dance Fancy Like, they're disappointed. So everybody, they will be there. But just to think, I'm nervous, but I'm pretty sure we can sell out arenas. So that's wild, man. I mean, that's insane. Coming from playing restaurants and working at Costco and stuff, it's crazy to show up and just see lines of people who want to come and sing with us. Yeah.
Seeing your kids on stage doing the dance, that went viral on TikTok.
Yeah.
Who decided to do the whole TikTok thing? 'Cause I mean, I don't know much about TikTok.
Yeah,
Was it your
I didn't
kids,
either.
or?
No, my manager, Marissa, she said, hey, there's a new social platform.
Yeah.
Okay, so at my age, I honestly was like, dude, I just figured out Instagram. And so,
Look at
my
you guys.
daughter was savvy. She knew, she had heard about TikTok, and she was like, hey, we'll do dances together. So that's what we did over COVID. And this one, we had there's Lanny. We had no expectations with Fancy Like. We were just hanging. That's the way we bond.
We got to see what it's like when all 80 of you are up on stage. What's it like when all 80 of you are on the tour bus together?
Oh, man, we're bumping into each other. We got 2 dogs. And
they come too?
Yeah, and we like them less and less every trip we take. But, man, the bus is crazy, and like I said, every drawer you pull out hits somebody, and they're like, hey, there's a lot of fights, and there's food everywhere, but it is a chaos I've become accustomed to. I'm spoiled, and honestly, just telling you all the truth, when Fancy Like popped, about 2 months in, I said I quit. I said I'm done.
Really?
I said, hey, I think everybody will get paid for y'all's investment in me. It's great. I didn't, because I was gone. I didn't see them for like 2 months. And so my management said, well, hey, let's see what it looks like with y'all getting a bus and the family coming. Game changer. I mean, I could do it. I could do it forever. As long as Laney's with me. And the kids will eventually, I'm sure they'll be like, hey, I want to go live my own life.
Right.
I don't know, maybe not.
I know, I try to find ways. I'm like, hey, how much you want to get paid? What does it take? One dance a night, $100 bucks? I don't know, but I don't know, COVID spoiled me. I got to see what I was missing. And so that challenged me. When we got back out, I was like, okay, I don't want to miss that anymore. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
So now we're a family band,
and they're all game for it.
They are, and I just don't want to lie to everybody. It's not easy. I mean, my wife and I, we fight hard out there. Sometimes she's like, do the kid thing. She's like, you're out there working. I need some help with the kid. And I'm like, well, help me with work.
Yeah. Why don't you get on stage?
Yeah. So we have battles, and then we apologize.
It's how you get through them.
Walker, thank you. And best of luck on the tour, by the way, as well.
All right, we're getting serious. Next up, Harry's House fans, get ready. We're going to show you our sit down with the man himself, Mr. Harry Styles.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Yes.
Start today.
All right, we're back with our Pop Star Plus special, all things music and summer fun that we had here on the Today Show. And for us and millions of other Harry's House fans, that's basically been, I think, the soundtrack to summer. We had a chance to catch up with Harry Styles just as he released that hit record. Take a look.
Harry Styles, come on out! Harry!
Hi, have a seat.
Come sit, relax. Harry, so you know they've been camping out here for a couple of days.
I believe so. Yeah, thank you so much for being
Yeah.
here. You did so much in the rain and everything. Hello.
They're all the way there, they're all the way back. I mean, what does it feel like to know that at 5:30 in the morning or the night before, a crowd turns out like this to watch you sing a few songs?
I feel very lucky that throughout my career so far, I just keep being surprised by the dedication and support that I've had from these amazing people. So thank you so much for continuing to surprise me, and I love you very much. Thank you.
Harry, these screams are the soundtrack of your life. Can you believe the way this has all turned out? I mean, we were just showing that earlier clip of you back in 2010 with Simon Cowell and introducing yourself. I'm Harry Styles, I'm 16 years old, to this.
Yeah, I think, I think from that point onwards, I think anything I've kind of had in mind for my life it's kind of done its own thing, and I'm just trying to embrace it all the time, and I feel incredibly lucky. Everything feels like a bonus for me at this point. So
Harry, everybody's excited about the album coming out, Harry's House. It's been a journey to put out this record. This record started off for you to be a very literal thing. It was literally a stripped down, intimate album that you wanted to make in your house, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It has taken quite a few turns. Tell us a little bit about the making of this record and what it means to you and for people to hear it tonight.
Yeah, I think for me, it's definitely the most personal record I think I've made. It's definitely the most intimately made thing I've done so far. Obviously, the pandemic and everything kind of added to the way it was made. It was made by a few people in a small room, and whether we kind of moved around the world a couple of times, it was very much that kind of core group of people that I work with, and it's I think it's the most free I've ever felt making music. It's the most proud of anything I've been. So I'm really happy. It comes out at midnight, so I hope you enjoy it.
We've loved watching you sing with Lizzo, with Shania Twain. I loved how you said to Shania Twain that you remember sitting with your mom singing Shania Twain in the car. That was kind of how you learned to sing. What did it mean to you to be on stage with her on that day?
I think it's just another moment where I get to, I think like everything else in those moments about kind of, numbers and all the kind of things that come with being in the music industry, I think all of that stuff goes away in moments like that, and it's just a kind of moment of, it's like a singular moment where I get to enjoy something, and I'd love to say it was like for the crowd, but it's for me in that moment.
That was for you. And by the way, a young lady in the front row asked a question. She wanted to know about your lion's ring.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently you lost it at Coachella.
Yeah, so it slipped off at Coachella.
And how did we get it back?
And I think some of the fans kind of got in touch with whoever had found it in the field, and we managed to get it. I got it back yesterday.
It was returned to you, that's it.
I got it back yesterday, so.
I told you we'd take a fan question. Congratulations on that one.
You know what, Harry? I think about you coming here with One Direction back in the day. So in a way, we feel you kind of grew up with us here at the Today Show. Then you came back again and again and have given us incredible performances. And one of my favorite things about you, besides that you're such a nice guy, is that when you came out and did your solo record, Sign of the Times, it was such an homage to the music that to people that came before you, David Bowie and Queen. It's like you didn't put out this kind of poppy record that might have been expected. And all your music kind of has that feel. It feels like you're always paying tribute to those who came before.
I think a lot of the music that I grew up on obviously kind of frames your musical palette and your kind of references. I think I like a lot of different types of music, and I think I'd say this new album is kind of the kind of most diverse in terms of the different kinds of influences that I've had and people I've been influenced by in my life, and I feel like it's kind of a collection of all of my favorite things and very much like the album that I've always wanted to make. So I'm really happy that it's coming out.
Including the name of the album itself,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
Inspired by?
Harumi Hosono, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
The music's been so close to your chest, it's been hard to get tracks off the new record for all of your fans scouring online. Coachella helped us hear some of the stuff that you did headlining Coachella. And one of those moments at Coachella that really struck me was when you did Boyfriends, which is a track on the record that you're going to do for us today that I just told you. I'm so glad you're doing it.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a standout track on that record.
Thank you so much.
You're so vulnerable vocally, and I saw your band downstairs, and I was like, way to work the harmonies on Boyfriends. We're going to hear it here in a minute, but for people, tell them a little bit about that song specifically.
So Boyfriends I wrote kind of towards the end of the recording of the last album, and there was something about it that, it was kind of one of those, we could have rushed it to get it ready, and it just felt like there was something special about it, and I wanted to kind of take my time with it, and I knew that it would find its way onto the album it was meant to be on, and I love the song, and thank you so much.
Guys, he did this on Coachella, and you could have heard a pin drop. I mean,
We're doing it today.
It's so quiet.
Really cool.
Yeah.
I love your fashion. I'm sorry. I'm looking at your outfit. It is a 10 plus. Okay, so tell me about this morning. You were thinking, what am I going to wear on the Today Show? Tell me about what made you choose this.
Well, it's early, so I wanted to be comfortable. I thought sleeping bag, baby grow. I'm going for comfort.
Yeah.
And I thought I could soak up some of the rain with this. So.
And you rock the red carpets, though. When you step out, you step out.
Thank you. I don't step out often.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your acting career.
Yes.
We saw you in Dunkirk. You've got a couple movies coming up.
Yes. There's a couple movies coming out end of this year.
Yeah, the preview looked incredible. We did one on Pop Star. What is it called? It's like something Darling.
Don't Worry, Darling.
Don't Worry, Darling. It looks pretty cool, like a Thriller Stepford Wife kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it was a real pleasure to be involved in a project like that, and I think the movie's really exciting, and I hope people like it. I think it's going to be really cool.
This young lady, her question was, she wants to know how your music influenced your acting. Has it influenced it?
Yeah, I think sometimes if I'm going to act, I think I'm going to stop writing for a while, and I think I tend to end up writing more. I think any time, even if you're pretending, if you get a chance to look at something from someone else's perspective, then it's going to influence, the way that you write and the want to be creative. I think if you feel like you're being creative in one way, it's going to influence the other. So, yeah, I feel really lucky to get to do two things that I really enjoy doing. So, yeah.
How do you like singing in the rain?
Yeah.
I like it.
I can tell you because I was there. The energy on the plaza that day was absolutely insane. And Harry's another one of those guys. Huge, huge star these days, especially with the release of that new record. So nice, down to earth. We had so much fun with him here at Today. All right, don't go away. We're going to close it out with some of our great interviews with Jon Batiste. We still have Jack Harlow coming up and the incredible legend Sheryl Crow.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We were lucky enough to be graced with Jon Batiste's Electric Energy in June, and he spoke to the third hour about just how music makes people feel.
Oh.
Wow.
Jon, that was an unbelievable performance. And what always impresses me, no matter when I've seen you perform, it is the power of positivity and joy that seems to pervade everything you do.
Yes. Joy is hard to come by, and I believe that it should be celebrated when you have it, and it should be shared. And that's it. The performance is a way for people to connect to light in a very dark time, to connect to joy. And I love that. It's such a calling for me, and I love to give to the people and serve the people in that way.
Your energy is just unbelievable. We all look at you and say, I mean, every second. So you talk about your dad a lot and motivation and your family. Is that where you get when you wake up in the morning, I'm gonna go do this and conquer the day?
I believe we have such a great opportunity being alive. And even when it's the lowest moments, it's a beautiful thing to just have the ability to wake up and do something. You feel it, it's electric. Yeah. I just get out of bed and I feel that that's such a great opportunity. I don't wanna waste it. And that's it.
How are you spending Father's Day? What are you going to do Sunday?
I always call my dad, my grandfather. I'm blessed to have him. He was with me at the Grammys when we won.
Right.
It was
90 years old.
Yes. And I call him and I just listen to him tell stories. I call my dad. We talk almost every day, and I just listen to the stories because, they'll say stuff and think that it's something that I know.
Yeah.
But it'll be an incredible story. Like, we went into the studio with Isaac Hayes, and he just came and recorded. He was just hanging out. And I was like, wait, what? they tell stories, and it's an amazing thing to learn your own lineage and your own heritage. So that's what Father's Day really symbolizes for me.
What's?
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask the best advice he's ever given you.
Tell the truth, be yourself. Believe in God, there's a higher power, so don't get too caught up on the small stuff.
You know, in listening to your music, it feels a lot like we're in church. But the most joyful parts of faith, does that guide you?
Absolutely. It's an important and the most important guiding force in my life, because I think that the best way to love people is to know that you are divine. You are a special being. Everybody is special. 8 billion people in the world, and everybody is special and unique. That's why all people have something to say and something of value to give this world. And if you guide your life from that place, it makes decisions a lot clearer. It's not easier, but it makes things very clear. And when I get on stage, it's a utopia, because it's all of the best things in life that you can bring to bear. Even the sadness, even the wistful feelings are great. And it's an incredible place to be able to come. It's a sacred space. This stage is a sacred space, and these people are my people. These are my family.
There you go. In fact, this song you're going to do a little later, Cry, I mean, there's some mournful parts of that, but then there's still joy in it.
Absolutely. I think you have to have the darkness to come to the light. You have to have the lows to reach the peaks in life. Yes. And you have to appreciate a good low point in your life. I always say that. That's important, to appreciate a good low point in your life.
What's next? I mean, how do you follow up album of the year?
Just keep on creating. Keep on doing your thing from a place of purity and love, and figure out how to be the best you can at the craft. I work on the craft every day of my life. And that's it. If you keep doing that, putting in the work, I believe good things happen.
Last time you were here, you taught everyone a two-step. I wasn't here that time, so maybe you could take us out with a little move.
Can you look? All you got to do, it's an easy thing you can do. You just put your heel out, and then come back and put that one out.
Let's all do it.
See, the first part was easy.
Yeah.
The second part's tricky.
It kind of, Muhammad Ali had the tooth. Oh! And then you walk with it.
John Batiste, thank you.
That's it.
Well, John's incredible. We know that. So let's turn now. We'll take a turn and we'll get into another genre of music. One of rap's biggest stars, young stars at that, Jack Harlow. So Jack spent some time with us recently, and he told us what's poppin' in his life and his career.
Hi, Jack. Good morning.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
You are the pride of Louisville, Kentucky. How does it feel to be in this moment on this stage and with just a few thousand of your closest friends?
Well, I was telling you I was nervous because sometimes you do these TV moments and you don't know how good the energy is going to be, but luckily I had some real ones pull up today, so I'm having a great time.
Plus, you always bring the energy yourself anyway. One of the things I love about your story is that you wouldn't be here without Mom. It was your mom who introduced you to the genre of hip-hop. How did that happen? How did that come to be?
I mean, I got to credit her taste. She grew up listening to it. She grew up going to shows, so when I was digging through my parents' CD collection, a lot of the hip-hop that she was collecting was what I was hearing. So.
Who'd she listen to?
Outkast, Tribe Called Quest, Public Enemy.
Yes, okay.
And then you were making mixtapes, which I just love, because I thought that was like an 80s thing, but you were bringing it back.
I guess so. You might be right.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you could only say it's 80s, but yeah, it's rocking.
What's next for Jack? What have you not done yet that you still want to do? What's the next mountain to climb?
What a question. There's a lot of things I haven't done. One day I dream of doing the Super Bowl halftime show. There's a lot of things I want to do.
He just spoke it into existence. You just spoke into existence. By the way, you're about to make your acting debut as well. I understand you're in White Man Can't Jump, the reboot.
That's right.
Okay, all right.
You're going to be the Woody role, right?
That's right.
Oh, it's exciting.
You ball like that?
That's the role they offer me.
Yeah.
You ball like that?
You about to see.
We're seeing a meteoric rise for him. It's been fun to watch. That's Jack Harlow. And now we have a terrific grand finale for you. It is the one and only Sheryl Crow, who shared some details on a very revealing documentary all about her life. Plus, she previewed some of her latest tunes.
With more than 50 million records sold, 9 Grammys to her name, Sheryl Crow is a music icon.
Yeah, she's a fixture in this industry for 4 decades. She delights audiences with hit after hit after hit. Now she's the focus of a new documentary, appropriately titled Sheryl. It is an intimate portrait of her life and her career, the highs, the lows, everything in between. And Sheryl, we're so happy to be with you. You are just such a light. We were just saying, you're just so easy to be around. You're like the easiest, nicest, most down-to-earth legend I've ever met.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
What was it like to have a documentary? I mean, that's exciting, and I'm sure it's flattering, but also kind of scary, right?
It was kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, especially now because I have people that come up to me. I mean, the most unexpected people will come up and say, I watched your documentary, and you kind of are laying it all out. All the good stuff and all of the heavy stuff.
What was the most difficult part to reveal?
There was a lot of stuff I'd never talked about. I mean, there have been some deaths along the way, and that have really affected me. Certainly John O'Brien's death from leaving Las Vegas, and my battle with the real low lows and having to go get help, and yeah, I mean, it's all in there. And actually, to be honest, it was really liberating finally just talking about it, because people think you have like all I want to do and every day's a winding road and you're upbeat and you're happy all the time and soak up the sun, but ultimately it's your deep cuts that tell the story. So.
You're still writing music, you're still playing music. Your boys are teenagers now.
I can't. How is that even possible?
I don't know.
Do they
I mean,
like your songs?
I don't know if I'm on their playlist, I'll be honest with you. But it's like Morgan Wallen and I don't know if I'm on their playlist, so.
But they're musicians too, right?
They're both very musical, but I have one that's really into sports and one that's really into nature, and I just constantly tell them, music will, help you remember all the memories of your life, but find your passion and go toward that, because that's what brings joy. I've never let my kids be in social media. In fact, they don't have social media. Wow. I'm a mean mom. No. My kids are like, you were born in the 1870s. But they're in the documentary, and I finished the documentary with a song that was really inspired by a conversation I had with my teenager about what it feels like to have stress. They're living through a pandemic. They're worried about their planet. They're worried about going to school and it not being safe, with guns and all. And I didn't have that stress. And the song is really to remind all of us that every moment is a gift, and we have to stay in that moment. Don't be distracted with a phone in between you and your loved ones, and make the most of every moment. So.
I don't know if you heard us talking with Carson about this Woodstock 99, which everyone's talking about now, this Netflix documentary.
Yeah.
You were there, and you experienced some of this awfulness. What is it like that suddenly people are talking about it again? You've seen the documentary.
Yeah, it's funny. The first Woodstock was monumental in my life and as an inspiration for me. I was at the second Woodstock, which totally changed the trajectory of my career in 1996. And then this one, I think, was a perfect illustration of how ugly greed can be. The whole thing was set up, trying to make money, and it really played into a lot of fear and just a bad energy. So, and we still, it's like they said in the HBO documentary, tying it to the January 6th and the anger and the unrest. When you get a mob, it certainly exacerbates it.
I've been lucky enough to have a front row seat to Sheryl's career. We go way back, so it's always great to hear from her. That's going to do it. How about that? That was so much fun. We need to do that again. Our Pop Start Plus Best of Summer Music special comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Until next time, thanks for watching. So long.
Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was, oh, exactly. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm hoping to put that all behind me. Today, cookbook author and Southern comfort food extraordinaire, hostess with the mostest, Elizabeth Highschool, is here to teach me the basics of how to cook. She's gonna be my guide as I attempt to make steak 2 ways. First, marinated skirt steak with roasted pepper and onions, and then a steakhouse-style filet mignon with roasted Brussels sprouts. I've been waiting a long time to use that cast iron pan. Frankly, I've been avoiding it, but no more. So let's get started. Again.
I know, I'm so excited.
You are my Obi-Wan
This
to my
is
Luke
it.
Skywalker.
This is it, honey. I promise we're gonna make it happen. And I mean, honestly, who does not love a perfectly cooked steak?
I love a steak.
Everybody does. And I swear, it's so much easier than you could ever imagine, okay? This is our plan. Marinate the skirt steak, cut and prep the vegetables, grill the skirt steak, sear, baste, and finish the filet mignon. Let the meat rest. Cut and serve. All right, so here is our marinated skirt steak. Go ahead and get this out.
Do I just go to the butcher and say I want skirt steak?
Exactly.
They won't laugh at me.
No, let's unfold him.
Why do we call it skirt steak?
It's just that cut of meat. It goes actually under the abdomen. That is
yes,
exactly
it's like-
where it
goes.
goes.
Like, it fits you,
All
the
right, now,
waist. Okay.
Yes, if you have a piece of meat that is as big as your waist,
Yes.
you're gonna wanna cut it,
Yes.
okay? So we're gonna cut this into 4 pieces so that we can manage it in our skillet.
Now,
okay?
is this one of those against the grain things?
Not right now. After we cook it,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. But right now, I just need you to cut this into
Cut in
4
fours.
pieces.
Okay, I got it.
Yep, yeah, nice, long, good. Very, look at you. Oh, look, we get some skills. We're just gonna measure out all of our ingredients for our marinade and put them right in the bag. Cheers. I mean, seriously, it's Wednesday.
Cheers. Only on days that end with Y. Those are the only days I drink. Okay, let's go. 1/4 cup packed light brown sugar. This I know how to do because of baking.
Now, and remember this, yes, open this up. This is kind of interesting. So we put a little piece of bread in here.
Why?
Well, because it's gonna keep the brown sugar from getting hard.
This is very soft brown
I'm
sugar.
telling you, that's because of the bread. Roll it in there. Let's do our soy.
2 tablespoons soy sauce. 1 tablespoon.
1 tablespoon
balsamic
of
vinegar.
balsamic. Very good.
1 can chipotle in adobo
Well,
sauce.
first, it's tomatoes, onion, garlic is making
Oh.
the sauce. It's earthy, it's smoky, and it's gonna add another depth of flavor to this marinade. So let's chop this up.
Okay.
We wanna chop
Are we
it
chop up all the?
No,
all of them?
no, that would set us all on fire. And so we want it to be, you're good.
Okay.
Yep, And then, once you kind of get through,
It's real
then you
juicy.
can always go back over it.
Yeah, like I would just, my instinct would be to kind of like do this thing.
Very nice. Yes, look, that, see, did you just see that? Instinct.
Instinct.
You're getting it, you're getting
Okay.
it. So because it's a little bit of a tougher piece of meat, that's why we're gonna marinate this. Now
Okay.
listen, you can do this for 8 hours. We would love 24 hours.
You mean marinating?
Exactly. So, I mean, if you ran home and, you know, even if you only had an hour, you know, that's gonna be good. First,
Something
we
is
wanna
better
pull all of this air out of this. I'm sorry. That's one of my favorite parts. I don't know
Me
why
too,
I
I
love
just love
doing that.
I love you. Skirt steak, I love you.
And so then what we'll do is massage it.
Do you feel like this is
I do.
fully
I think
coated?
you've done an
And
absolutely
I put it in the
beautiful
fridge.
job with that. And then, yes, that is going to go into the fridge to marinate. And so we'll just put it back here.
All right.
So now we finished our marinade and we're going to start our roasted vegetables.
Okay.
And I have got something that is going to change your life when it comes to this.
Tell me.
So this is, it has all the vegetables that you might want to roast and then the different times. And you don't have to have a recipe. This is going to be so freeing for you, honestly. So we're going to start with our Brussels sprouts. I'm going to show you and then you're going to finish. So we're going to cut the end off of it and then we're going to cut it in half and it's going to go into our bowl.
Okay.
Okay?
What about frozen? Sorry.
Brussels sprouts?
Yeah.
Well, what happens
That's how we
is-
did in the 70s in my mom's
Well,
kitchen.
and that is why we didn't like them.
Oh, I hated them.
They were disgusting.
When I was a little kid, to put 1 bite of a Brussels sprout
Oh,
in my
there
mouth
was,
as
God, it was hell
close
on
to
earth.
torture as you could
Hell on
imagine.
earth. If you roast them though, it's a whole new world. And then here we are again. You got those done. Those
All
are
right.
beautiful.
Set them over here.
And that's what we're gonna pair with that filet mignon. And now we're gonna move on to our peppers. And so what I like to do is cut it in half. Go ahead and cut it straight
Just
in
like
half. Being very careful to see where you're, beautiful. And then I just pull this right out.
Oh.
and then we're gonna make nice long slices. You want to keep it even. That's one of the main secrets about roasting vegetables, is that they all need to cook and get finished at the same time.
What about these white bits? Like,
So
I used to cut those out
And
sometimes.
you can. I want to show you something. So if you will hold your knife here, it's going to give you a lot more security, and I think you're going to be more comfortable with it.
I like your grip. The grip is better.
It's so much better because you have more control. And when you have more control of your knife, you're more comfortable. All right, so now we're going to get to our onions.
Oh, onions. How are we doing it, though? Dice?
Now, we're going to do just like a rainbow, so just a half moon. So we're going to cut it in half.
Okay.
Both ends off, and then keep going. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna roast all of our vegetables on separate pans, because again,
Well, that sounds like a
they're
pain.
well, it is, but it's really gonna make that much of a difference. When you're only using a few ingredients and salt and pepper, the technique is so important in making this successful.
Okay. I would've just thrown them all in the same pan,
I know you would
'cause who
have,
cares?
and some of them would have burned, and some of them would have been raw, and then you would have been frustrated and said, I don't know how to roast vegetables.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's technique.
Yeah.
You're getting very good with your knife, and I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you. I'm working on it. But I do have to be reminded about where to hold it, to grip it. It's like a bat when you choke up on the bat.
Or your tennis racket. You know
Yeah,
this.
I do.
If you held your tennis racket with your finger hanging out like that, you wouldn't be worth a damn. Okay.
I'm still not worth a damn. Just FYI, but point taken. Point taken.
So now I want you to generously olive oil these. There we go. Beautifully coated. Good. And that's going to help to ensure that this is going to caramelize. We want it to get that beautiful brown color.
Now I can't stop.
See, I know, it's kind of fun,
Yeah.
isn't it? Now we're going to salt it generously. We're going to pepper it generously.
Now, do I need to like sprinkle, then toss, or just
Sprinkle.
throw it all in there?
Sprinkle.
Too much?
That's
a
it.
lot.
That's going to be done. Okay, that's all you need, and then we'll toss it. It kind of helps if you want to, go ahead and go in the circle so you're not just dumping it in the middle.
okay.
That will kind of help it just a little bit.
I would say less pepper than salt, no? 'Cause
And
it's
that's the
pepper
great
kind of
news. It's yours.
Okay.
So do whatever you want. This recipe is not the boss of you.
Yeah.
You are the boss of it,
stuff.
okay?
Right. Take that recipe. I'm not going
All
to
right,
take
now
it
we got
anymore
these
from you.
mixed. Now, and also at home, listen, if you don't want to pull out 3 different sheet pans.
I don't own 3 different sheet
Well,
pans.
that's the deal. Okay, I get that. You can always separate it.
Okay.
So you could do Brussels sprouts here, onions here. So let's
Okay.
throw the onions on one.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it does not just share. Okay. It says don't crowd the pan.
Correct. We do not want to
These
crowd
Brussels
it.
want to keep their social distance.
Let's flip these little guys over, because the more surface area that's on the bottom of this pan, the more beautiful they're going to be. All right, and now we have one more. Spread that
And why are we
out.
doing 3 pans again?
Because they're all going to cook at different times.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and if we, otherwise, the Brussels sprouts are going to be raw, these are going to be overdone, and
Yeah.
the onions are going to be burnt, and we cannot have that.
No.
And so now we'll go in the oven with these. Why don't we put peppers and onions on top, and then we will do our sprouts on the bottom.
Okay. Well, that was easy enough.
There we go.
Ooh,
Now, so what we'll do is we're going to let that cook for a little bit, and then what we want to do is we'll want to rotate the pan.
Like, just move them around.
Exactly.
But do I have to flip them? I could get obsessed about flipping each onion
You
over.
could, but you don't need to. Okay, very nice. That's good.
Okay, all right.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, so now our vegetables are roasting in the oven. You just gave them a nice toss, so we're gonna leave those alone for a minute, and we are gonna get ready to cook that beautiful skirt steak.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and grab that.
24 hours it's been marinating.
Now, what we're gonna do is pull it out. We're gonna put it on this paper towel. What will happen when we get ready to cook this? Our pan is going to be as hot as the hinges of hell. Do you understand me?
Okay.
And if this marinade is still on here.
Like that was drippy.
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're gonna pat it. I mean, we're about to get serious with this.
Okay.
Because it will end up just steaming it and almost boiling it. And that's not what we want. We want that beautiful caramelized crust. So we are really gonna get all the moisture out of it. Okay. So we are gonna press on this.
We're soaking it up.
Now let's come over here. I want you to.
Just a question. Is this pan hot?
Hot as the hinges of hell, honey. It is hot. Do not touch it. Brush it with the canola oil, and that will help it not stick. When we did that marinade, you have to remember that we added a little bit of sugar. We've also got balsamic that has sugar in it. It's going to smoke a little bit, okay?
Smoking now?
Yes, because it's hot. So let's turn our vent on, which is that little button right over there, and that's gonna pull the smoke up.
Okay. That vent's over there. How's that gonna help?
It will.
Okay.
All right, let's put that down.
Doesn't matter which side?
No. Just put it down.
Woo!
Very good. So, but this little bit of smoke, it's gonna be so worth it, I promise. Let me get the grandma timer, grandma timer.
Grandma alert.
And so literally it's just gonna take 3 minutes on both sides.
Why do we use a cast iron pan? Why couldn't I just use a skillet?
Oh, honey, because cast iron holds the heat. It cooks so evenly. It really is just the absolute best way when you're getting ready to cook a steak.
Now, is it hot?
It's hot as the hinges of hell.
Just kidding. Oh my gosh, it's
You're
sticky.
okay.
It's broken.
No,
I
it's
burned
not.
it.
No, the reason that it's sticky is we had a little bit of sugar in the marinade. But look at that. It's beautiful.
Okay, I gotta tell you, I would have said that's burnt.
No, it's caramelized. That is absolutely gorgeous.
I need the jaws of life
Calm
to get
down.
this thing
Deep
up.
breath, deep breath. You're good. There you are.
Oh boy. Oh
Look
boy.
at those beautiful marks.
I mean,
You're
it
killing
looks pretty. It smells good, but see, this is where I would have felt like I did it wrong.
Absolutely not. That's what you want. That's that wonderful, crisp, caramelized.
Let's get on there.
That's the heaven.
I mean, come on.
You got it. You got it. There you go.
The stubborn one. Okay, 3 minutes, said Grandma.
Beautiful.
3 minutes on the other side?
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes. I think we're right there. We're about there.
Just pull it up.
Good.
Look
Excellent,
at that.
excellent,
It doesn't matter what side.
Look at how beautiful that is.
I must say it is.
Let's put it over there and let it rest.
Okay. Rest for 10 minutes.
Be careful, that pan's hot.
I know.
The pan is hot.
Wait, I'm sorry, is the pan hot? Let me turn this off. Now it's not hot.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive. Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
we're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, let's get these veggies out of the oven before I burn them.
Oh, they look good.
I think they do.
And now we've got our onions and then our peppers.
Should those have been browner, or does that look good to you?
I think that's nice. I think that's really good. We're gonna use these for fajitas after we slice that skirt steak up, and then the Brussels sprouts, we'll have that with our beautiful filet
This
mignon.
is a fajita seed.
You are absolutely right. All right, so now we have our vegetables out, and we're ready to go with the filet mignon.
Oh,
We have two beautiful fillets.
They're so cute.
Aren't they lovely? There's two beautiful. One for me,
you.
one for you.
One for me, exactly.
So salt and pepper generously. If you don't season it well now, you literally have missed the boat.
You said generous.
Generously.
Sides?
Absolutely. If you're gonna eat the sides, you want it to be seasoned, right?
Okay.
Just there. Good. Very nice. Let's do that on both fillets. And then we'll do the same thing with the pepper.
Do you know if I served filet mignon to my husband?
Oh, he'd lose his mind.
I was gonna say he'd have a heart attack, not because of the red meat, but because I had actually
I'm telling you,
cooked something. He'll just be like, "Where's
and
Savannah
I love how you just did that. That was a
Oh.
pro thing.
Woo, dang
that
it.
was pro.
You know what? I don't like things to go to waste.
And there you are.
Okay, how do you think? Good?
It's perfect. Absolutely
great, great,
perfect.
great.
I want you to go ahead and at least smash your garlic, and let's go ahead and pull our rosemary off. Use the side of this. Hold on. Let's
Like
do
this?
one clove at a time.
Oh.
And let's turn the knife away from us. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
And then, but I'm gonna smash
and then
it.
you're gonna use
Should
your
I cut
hand.
these tips off before or no?
Oh no, it ain't gonna do a damn. It ain't gonna do anything.
Okay.
Perfect. Good.
Now, is that smashed enough?
Well, I mean, I would have put a little
mean,
more
that doesn't
effort
seem
into
that more
it.
smashed.
Let's do it. Come on. Okay, good. Good. Very
That's
nice.
good,
That's
but they're still
it.
big old.
Well, if you
It's
want
okay.
to cut it up, you can.
Well, I
It's
do.
not necessary.
It
It's
says
more
smash.
just.
I want to be smashed.
Okay, smash it. Smash it.
And not just with the
smash it.
margaritas.
And not just with the margaritas. And
That's smashed enough, you're saying?
You're beautiful. It's just a quick, easy. You know, it's just a throw in, just a little flavor.
Okay.
And then we have our rosemary.
Leaves from one sprig. Is this the pull-off deal? You
Is
taught me that
it?
before.
Is it? I think it is.
Okay.
So we'll start at the top, and then you're going to
start at
pull
the top.
back. Good. And now you can do it. And doesn't that make it so much easier? And so, and then just pick off the little ones on the end.
I enjoy brushing oil.
Now, before we go, we're already starting to smoke. Let's get that vent on, okay?
Oh, the
let's
vent.
turn the vent on. Hey,
Okay. Whew. So should we go for it?
we're ready. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, so here we are. Oh, and hear that? So that's nice. That sizzle was ready.
How long does it do?
I think it's probably going to take about, 2 to 3 minutes. We just want to get that beautiful caramelization. We want to lock in all of those juices.
This is about like the crust, basically.
Very much so.
Should I be doing something with this butter to get ready for this whole scene?
Well, I mean, you could go ahead and cut it.
Do you think that's 3 tablespoons?
No, that's not.
Like there.
Right there.
That's right.
And
I
a
know that
little
from
more
baking.
isn't going to hurt this.
Correct.
And just know, Savannah, that smoke is normal.
All right.
All right? Oh, that's nice. That's very, very good.
Isn't that?
And now we want to go side, side, side.
Okay, so that's how it should look.
I love it. I love it.
All right, so now this seems like
Side.
a tricky little thing here.
Why?
Is
You've
it 3
got
minutes?
it.
Okay, is it 3 minutes on each side?
Do you want to go ahead and do
Oh,
the
yes,
other one
do.
too?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Are you just not concerned about my steak,
I know.
Savannah? As long as yours is
What does that
perfect.
mean? Okay, yeah. Does
So let's do a flip.
Does each side, like, oh, jeez. Oh, boy.
You can do it. Let it go.
Kinda. All right, and then your guy goes over.
I swear it is just like Mr. Miyagi and the Karate Kid. I'm so proud.
It really is.
I'm so proud
Look
of
at
you.
Elizabeth,
But I mean, that
Savannah.
was beautiful the way you just flipped
Oh,
that.
thank you.
You're getting this.
There's nothing like low expectations, Elizabeth. This is fun.
All right, and let's get that side right there.
I'm getting the bottom, right?
We're still doing sides, and
Yeah,
then we're
sides,
gonna
sides.
Okay.
And I still have this too.
One more little side there. Very
This one
nice.
doesn't have another side, interestingly.
Okay, so then we have the bottom.
Like some people. But wait, now should we do the other? This is still a rare side.
And
Should
so
I do
now
that?
we'll put that one down.
Get
And
it on
while
down.
that one's working, then we're gonna do our little pan sauce.
Okay.
So we'll add our butter.
And I'm just throwing it in there.
Yeah, throw that in.
Fun.
And then you can kind of hold the pan with the towel, okay? Be very careful. And now let's add our garlic and our rosemary.
Now look how it looks like it's burning.
It's not. It's just, it's not.
Just throw this all in?
Throw it in.
Just sprinkle it around.
Very good. And then we have this spoon, and we're gonna just baste it. Be real careful of that.
So what's basting?
That
Just
pan.
spooning it on?
Just fill up a nice big spoon and pour it over. Oh, look at you.
Talk to me.
Okay, that's it.
Come
Keep
on.
going.
Is it already like the leaves and the bits are there? Now is it
Very
bad that I
nice.
just moved it?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Look at that. I mean, that looks like, that's it.
Come to mama.
That is that's it.
I'd eat
That's
it right
what
now
you're
just
looking
like
for.
that. Keep basting?
And now we're getting ready. One more baste. When we put our thermometer in, you want to be really careful that we go right into the middle of this steak, okay? If you go all the way to the bottom, it's going to give us a false read. It'll be too hot. So just stick it in. Let's go all the way to the middle. Right now, we're at 74 degrees on this thermometer.
I want to go like in the middle.
Are you in the middle?
I feel like I am.
Okay, good. So this is going to be a team effort. Look at how it's coming up. I'm going to hold this. You're going to put one hand here and one pan there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take it to the oven.
Oh, but we didn't check the other one. Do you want me to take this out?
No, it's fine. They're same size. They're going to cook just about
Do you
the
want me to
same.
take this out now?
No, it's going to go into the oven with the thermometer. It's an oven read.
It can go into the oven?
Well, this is going to stay out. That's going to stay in.
Wow.
And we're going to do this together. Now
Which
the
route?
oven's hot. Go on in. So if you were at home by yourself, yay! You would wait and you would put your thermometer in now, and then you would shut it. And look at here. Look at there.
Wow!
Isn't that fun? And then we could even turn on an oven light if we want to look at it in here. So we want to get up to about, 127.
Okay.
Because once it comes out, the temperature's going to raise a few more degrees.
Okay.
130 is going to be a perfect medium rare.
Okay.
So we'll just sit here and let this
So you do
come
127 figuring it's going to continue to cook when it's out on the...
Correct.
How long in the oven is
That's
it really?
why, I mean, it's like, 4 minutes,
Yeah,
3 minutes?
so it's quickie. Okay.
It is quick, and that is the thing that's a little unnerving, because it's not hard, it's just fast.
You just gotta be
so
ready to rock.
both sides and ready to roll. I mean, seriously, would your husband not die? And you can do this at home.
He'd be dead. I'd have to step over his dead body. He died of shock, and I'm like, excuse me. Well, I made
Hold
two
on,
steaks,
we
but
had
now you died of
steaks.
shock. So I'll have to eat both steaks myself. Or 1 degree.
Okay, there we go, 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 go.
Okay, now where do I put it though?
All right, we're gonna put it back on our induction. Okay?
Oh, jeez. It's
It's
I would
okay.
be like, it's
Be
dead. I
careful.
died
Wait, let's
here.
focus. Focus. Deep
crap.
breath, and we're gonna focus.
Oh, jeez. This is terrifying. Ah!
Shoot.
That one's on you.
Okay.
Where do I put it?
Right there.
It looks incredible.
Please, would you just look at that? It's absolutely beautiful.
Remember that time you burned me with the thermometer?
No, I don't.
It's a hot
Savannah, I
pan.
don't remember that.
So where do I put these? I should take them off
Yes,
this hot
take
pan.
it off the hot pan.
These look delicious.
And then let me grab our sprouts, and we'll scrape them on, and then this one is gonna be done. We'll grab our vegetables.
Okay. Is it okay that they've just been sitting on those? They haven't like continued to burn or anything?
No, not at all, not at all. Just kind of add those to this.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's it. So now let's grab our beautiful skirt steak. It's been resting, so now all of those juices have reabsorbed into the fibers. Let's move this here. We can still use those
Should I
tongs.
serve it, or should
no,
I put
we're
it on
gonna
the
cut
cutting?
it. We're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
thinly slice it. And this, without a doubt, is probably one of the most important things. We are gonna cut this across the grain. So do you see these long fibers that are going this way?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so if we were to cut it with those,
Yeah, I would have followed the
then,
line.
I mean, if we did this, it is going to be so tough in your mouth, you're not going to be able to chew it.
Wow.
So then we will cut this way. And you want to kind of do it on the bias. So just a little bit of a angle. Okay?
Okay.
All right, now I know you can do this. Very
Okay,
nice,
Yoda.
very nice.
There is no try, there is only do, says
But look,
Yoda.
and there you are.
I do. Who figured that out? Like,
This is
you
just
have-
wonderful.
Like, isn't that funny that like someone figured out at some point
That we need to go across the
Yeah.
grain. And now you know what they're talking
so this
about.
is this, and now I'll go like this.
Perfect,
Right?
across the grain. And that is gonna make sure that every single bite is so tender and so delicious and so flavorful, you're not even gonna believe it.
It's taking all of my self-control not to just start eating this.
Always remember though, Savannah, that since you're the chef, you get to have the chef special.
What's that?
You know, which is just like one little piece, like before it goes. Well, you gotta make sure it's amazing,
Taste
you know?
test? Okay, let me finish this and I'm gonna do
I'm sorry, I'm making you do all the work and I'm just sitting over here enjoying
Oh,
myself.
I love it.
Oh,
Is it really good?
It's absolutely delicious.
I hate these last little bits. That's where it's like the risk of blood is high. Okay, I'm gonna take a little chef's special.
But because we did that marinade, the caramelization, you know, it's got that little bit of crunch, that beautiful
Real nice.
depth of flavor, that little bit of sweetness. So let's add it to our tray here.
Tongs? What?
Yeah, let's do tongs. Tongs are gonna be perfect.
Best steak I ever made. Only steak I ever made, but.
Is it really? You should be very, very proud of yourself.
Is this it? Is it dinner
This
served?
is it, honey. I mean, we can go ahead and take this over to the table.
Okay, yay.
And I'll grab these beautiful steaks.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. Absolutely does not get any better.
It looks incredible. I
And
must
a
say.
margarita. But so see, you could serve this with the flour tortillas and the pico de gallo and cheese, or you could do that with the mashed potatoes and maybe some roasted carrots. Whatever your kids love, now you know how to roast every vegetable that there is.
This is the first time I've made a steak and the first time I've roasted a vegetable.
Cheers!
Not my first margarita. No, let's do this.
We're good at this.
This is so fun. Okay, so what do we do?
Let's do a little bit
yeah.
of this.
Come to mama.
And then here we are with those beautiful roasted vegetables that you
love
did.
it.
You know, it's that moment right before you cut into your steak that you kind of take that breath, wondering, you know, was it cooked properly?
Well, that's what
Is it just like I like? Look, it.
It's so tender. Oh my gosh. This is my Christmas card.
That's it. That should be absolutely.
I mean, this looks incredible.
That doesn't get any
let's
better.
Taste it. Delicious. I gotta say.
I'm sorry. You killed it.
So
Absolutely
good.
killed it.
It's so tender. Let me try these Brussels.
And I love
Not mom's frozen.
the aromatic of just that little bit of garlic and rosemary that we threw in at the last minute was beautiful.
It is really delicious. Okay, now I gotta try skirt steak. Tender, not chewy, because we cut it across the grain.
And that's the key.
I might have added a little more salt.
And that's fine.
Lesson learned.
So now you know. We've opened up so many possibilities to you because you saw two ways to make a steak, one with a marinade, one without, and then we know exactly how to roast vegetables. So you've got everything from roasting an onion and peppers if you wanted to make fajitas, all the way to beautiful Brussels sprouts or butternut squash. I mean, it's unbelievable what you can do now.
I know, it's so are you saying that like other cuts of steak I could prepare in the same way?
Absolutely. So it doesn't matter whether it's a ribeye or if you are doing a filet like we did today, it's the same method. It just depends on the cut of the meat. You're either gonna marinate it and have to be very careful with the way you cook it, or you're gonna go sear it on all sides and go in the oven to finish. So you've done it.
Now I can make anything.
You really can. Any sort of protein and vegetable.
I just have one final question.
What is that?
Is the pan hot?
Honey, that pan is hotter than the hinges of hell.
How about this drink? It's cold as ice.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you.
Do you ever just look around and say, I can't believe we did this?
Yes, totally. That was like the light bulb moment. I got up there and I just said I quit my job and started this company.
And I just kept going. There was a lot of testing and learning.
There's been a lot of tears along the way.
We can actually change the world. When did you have the moment, I made it, I did it? Hi, everyone, and welcome to another edition of She Made It, my favorite, where we highlight some amazing women who are building incredible businesses from the ground up. This half hour is all about brands that help us celebrate, whether it's edible cake toppings for that big birthday coming up or a beauty industry mainstay that helps you feel your best. It's our She Made It Fall Fests and Favorites edition. We are going to meet women whose businesses empower us to make each moment a special one. Plus, I'll reveal my She Made It list featuring 4 entertaining but practical companies to help you bring in the season with flair. Let's get started. When Lisa Stelly was baking her daughter a birthday cake, she realized not all sprinkles are created equal. And from there, her edible empire was born.
I hear a lot of entrepreneurs talking about imposter syndrome. So I think just kind of battling that inner voice that says, you can't do this, that's been something that I've had to kind of overcome. I think sometimes it always comes up, but yeah, the proof is in the pudding.
The proof is in the pudding, but more specifically on the sprinkle. Let's rewind and tell me how this all began, because it's kind of a roller coaster story for you.
You know, I was making cakes that looked really cool and I didn't want to put cheap, crumbly grocery store sprinkles on it and like ruin what I made. Just through a bit of traveling and discovery, I realized that not all sprinkles are created equal.
So with 2,000 of her own dollars, Lisa Stelly created a more flavorsome version of the childhood classic.
Truth be told, I've never made a good batch of cookies in my life. I'm not a good baker, but I've always done like crafting and sort of different sort of like artsy type of hobbies that I would get into. But baking was not really one of them because I thought you had to be a good baker in order to be a good decorator, right?
Wrong. Lisa is a big believer in sprucing up store-bought goodies to create her own beautiful, edible pieces of art. You went from being, couldn't make a cupcake to being the sprinkle queen.
I know everyone's like, oh, you must just throw down for Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'm like, actually, I bought a pie.
I love the story you tell about how you sort of branched into this. Your daughter said to you, Mommy, I want a certain kind of cake in the middle of your funk.
Yeah, she was like 4 and she said, I want a Shopkins cake. That was a hard cake. I used fondant, things that I had never really played with before, but I watched so many videos and then I was like, I think I can do this. And once I started to get the hang of it, I just was like obsessed. Like I remember staring at that cake thinking, I cannot believe I made this.
That cake inspired a hobby that felt like destiny.
When you're a mom and you're a stay-at-home mom, you kind of feel like everything is about everyone else. So with this, and it made me feel like so accomplished and productive that I could actually make something like that.
Soon, Lisa was sourcing sprinkles from around the world to create unique and colorful blends. Okay, so I have some of your products here that you sent me. Tell us about the different categories you have. They almost look like jewelry.
So we have sprinkle blends, which are made up of different types of sprinkles that we put together, and they all have names. That's Snow Bunny. That was a holiday one. I never liked sprinkles because I just felt like they were really mushy. They didn't have a flavor. They were just kind of gross. And then
it's like candy.
I always say fancy sprinkles will fix anything. People are like, I don't know how to decorate a cake. It looks like a kindergartner made it. And I literally am like, just put them on there and it makes anything look nice.
Since starting her company in 2016, Lisa has expanded into Easy Candy, a line of melting candy wafers, and is revolutionizing edible glitter.
We have a whole line of edible glitter called Prism Powder. It's probably right up your alley. You can put it in cocktails, you can put it in champagne, you can put it on. It's very glittery. I mean, it looks like eyeshadow. It's tasteless, it's textureless, or you can put it on baked goods. It's so luxurious and glamorous and so fun.
After starting in her own kitchen with small amounts of sprinkles, Lisa is astonished by how she made it.
I have a 10,000 plus square foot warehouse with a food processing facility, dozens and dozens of employees, all within 5 years. And every time I go to the warehouse, I'm still like in awe. I'm like, there's like 1 million pounds of sprinkles here. Like, how did this happen?
I just want to eat this whole platter. Well, Fancy Sprinkle says within 24 hours after their segment aired on the Today Show, they had nearly 50,000 visitors to their website, resulting in their biggest sales day ever. Hooray. Since then, they have launched 8 new seasonal collections and a new product category, food coloring gels, called Jelly Shoes. Their fall collection just dropped, including their pumpkin spice blend, their hot harvest cocktail kit, a salted caramel apple kit, yum, and the salted caramel hot chocolate bomb kit. Perfect additions to any fall fests you might be throwing this season. All right, still to come, the eyebrow queen, Anastasia, shares her journey to becoming a self-made billionaire with a B. Plus, the founders making their own kind of tea party with their line of boozy teas. We'll be right back.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive. Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our She Made It Fall Fests and Favorites edition. And speaking of one of my favorites, I'm excited to bring you the story of Julissa Prado. Inspired by her family and her Mexican heritage, she started mixing all natural ingredients in her kitchen to create products that enhanced her gorgeous curly hair. Today, Rizzo's Curls has gone global, helping women everywhere not only style, but embrace their curls. Take a look.
Learning to love my hair was the first step towards learning to love myself.
Julissa Prado has been consumed by hair her entire life.
I was styling my cousin's hair, my friends, my family, and I would hold these little curl classes in the bathroom, in elevators, and when I was in college in the dorm rooms.
But she struggled to find the right kind of products to take care of her curls. So Julissa made her own out of all natural ingredients like flaxseed and lemons. Tell me how the journey started.
My grandmother and my mother and my parents, they grew up in very rural Mexico where if they wanted to have nice hair or a healthy scalp, they had to go outside, pick plants, and utilize natural ingredients and make their own concoctions.
Armed with those concoctions, Julissa set out to help the women and men who came to her for guidance. People who she affectionately calls undercover curlies.
Is people who have naturally wavy, curly, or coily textures, but you would never know because they go through great lengths to straighten it and hide that natural texture.
I'm an undercover curly. And here are the pictures to prove it.
Girl, if I styled your hair...
After pursuing a career in business, Julissa realized her passion was in those holistic hair products she had spent so much time perfecting. So she invested her life savings and launched Rizzo's Curls in 2017.
I literally had zero marketing dollars. So what I did was the drawing on my bottle, my cousin Vanessa drew that by hand. My models on my website were my cousins and I. The photographer was my brother. The website I made, my headquarters was my Tío Juan's garage off of Washington and Crenshaw, where I grew up. All the fulfillers were my little cousins.
And the hard work paid off. Eventually, Julissa's products were in Target locations across the country.
What was that moment like?
Hey everybody, we're going to Target. Woo! Sold out.
Oh my God, just thinking about it makes me emotional. So I think for me, it's just a testament of like all the hard work that went into like that one moment. And till this day, I'm still 100% self-funded.
And now you're on She Made It on the Today Show.
With the launch of the Rizzo's Curl Cream, her business became the first Latina-owned curly hair care brand to be sold in major retailers across the United States. In the last 5 years, their product line has grown and now includes a collapsible travel diffuser, a scalp scrub, and hair mask.
I love how you packaged this before and after with the product. What was the impetus and the idea for this kind of branding? Because I think it's genius.
We wanted to make it as easy as possible. So we're like, all right, let's just put all like the wash day products on one side and the styling products on the other and try to just show the steps in the actual visual.
Julissa's mission to make curly hair care accessible for people around the world.
When you are, doing exactly what you're put on this earth to do, you will start experiencing a lot of good luck. And I think that once we start seeing, those little answers, that's kind of like how like I'm in the right place at the right time, and this is exactly where I should be.
So here we have some of the products, and Rizzo's Curl's newest product is the volumizing hairspray. It was already named one of Elle.com's best hairsprays for an all-day hold, as well as being hailed as a top June beauty launch by The Cut. Congratulations. And one of the biggest celebrations in the fall is Hispanic Heritage Month, a time to honor the traditions, cultures, and contributions of the Latinx community. Julissa and Rizzo's Curls have lots planned, including a capsule collection with kids of immigrants, another Los Angeles brand paying tribute to the immigrant story. Next up, we all know and love the iconic beauty brand Anastasia Beverly Hills, but have you ever heard the story behind it? After coming to the U.S. with nothing, Anastasia built a billion-dollar business, making her the definition of self-made success.
It didn't start as, oh my God, I want to build this amazing business, the multi-billion-dollar business. It was a desire that I wanted women to look beautiful.
Anastasia Soiree is an icon in the beauty industry.
So I'm kind of fangirling right now because when you first popped onto the scene, I tried to get an appointment with you and couldn't.
Oh, I appreciate very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Anastasia is also the definition of self-made success.
So I grew up in Romania. I have to say, growing up in a communist regime, the only amazing thing was the school system. I had some incredible teacher.
In 1987, Anastasia immigrated in Los Angeles.
My husband suggested that I should go to beauty school because I didn't speak the language. And he said that most of the Eastern European in Los Angeles are facialists. But I was able to get a job as an esthetician in a beautiful boutique salon. And one day I went to them and I said, look, I'm kind of surprised that nobody in Hollywood pays attention to eyebrows.
After saving up $5,000, Anastasia opened her own salon in 1992.
Everybody thought that I'm really crazy. You live here for a year and a half, you barely speak English, you don't know how to write a check, and you don't have a credit card. And my answer was, what do I have to lose?
She built up her business by focusing on eyebrows.
There are 3 zones that in a perfect world should be equal. I over-tweezed my eyebrows too much. The zone number 1 was smaller. Zone number 2 was way too big, so it makes my face longer.
Word spread, and soon enough, Anastasia was shaping the brows of Hollywood's most photographed faces.
Naomi Campbell, Stephanie Seymour, Cindy Crawford, Michelle Pfeiffer, Faye Dunaway, and I started working with Jennifer Lopez.
You went from having 0 clients to having all these clients.
Yes.
And then you had to come to the point where you said, how do I make this mass?
So everything started with Poppy Montgomery, a beautiful actress. She went in Canada for 6 months to do a movie. So I went to an art store, I got the plastic sheet, and I cut a stencil specifically for her, and I gave the client and her makeup artist to maintain the eyebrow shape perfectly.
This idea became the basis for Anastasia Beverly Hills, a line of eyebrow products that went to market in 2000. Since then, the company has expanded, becoming a mainstay in the beauty business, receiving a $3 billion valuation in 2018 and earning Anastasia a spot on Forbes' American Self-Made Women. What are you most proud of?
I am so proud of building and taking every opportunity that this country gave me to build an incredible business and that I still love, and I will continue to work till the day I die.
Isn't that an incredible story? And we have some of the products here. And this year, Anastasia is celebrating the brand's 25th anniversary. Wow. And even 25 years later, they're still racking up beauty awards. And in September, they are launching a new product, the Brow Genius Conditioning Brow Serum, a multi-benefit tool that noticeably improves hair texture, manageability, and encourages the appearance of fuller-looking brows. Well, up next, we'll hear about women who made their dreams a reality. From the Silicon Valley engineer turned jewelry designer who calls her pieces wearable sculptures, to the founders behind an adorable and inclusive gift wrap company. We'll be right back.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Start today.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York.
The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
We're fresh and reorganized for fall.
Start today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Start today.
Welcome back to our She Made It special, all about fall fests and favorites. You're about to meet the entrepreneurs behind 4 innovative and exciting companies that are making their mark on their industries: jewelry, food, and beverage, and more. First up, Trisha Akubo. Trisha always saw her 2 passions, engineering and design, as competing. But once she merged them together, a booming business was born.
I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur. In college, I led a double life, studying engineering at Stanford during the day and enrolling in a fashion design program at night. After graduation, I worked in media and e-commerce in Silicon Valley. I loved the structure of engineering, but yearned for more creativity. Eventually, my passions fused with jewelry. In 2013, with no outside funding, Maison Mirror was born. It's a whole system of jewelry that you can mix and match to create your own signature look. Now, my double life is just my life. I get to be a jewelry architect, designing wearable sculptures and building blocks. And I get to make you the artist who puts it all together.
So awesome, right? And the day our original piece aired, they saw a 50% increase in site traffic and a boost in sales. And since then, they've launched nap earrings, which are bestsellers because they're designed to be comfortable with a flat back on them so they don't poke you. We've all been there sleeping and you're like, oh. They also dropped what they call the System, the ultimate earring set, and they're currently working on the ring edition of the System, launching this fall. Well, we are excited. Well, something I'm also excited about, from items you can wear to some that you can drink. I want to introduce you to two coworkers whose afternoon tea parties turned into so much more.
I'm Jenny.
And I'm Maria, and we're the founders of Owl's Brew.
We were working together at a marketing firm when I became obsessed with the immune-boosting powers of tea. I even got certified as a tea sommelier. We started making the most delicious tea-infused cocktails for office happy hours, and soon realized we were brewing up a business.
So in 2013, we quit our jobs to bring Owl's Brew to market, with our line of cocktail mixers available in over 1,000 stores like Publix and Whole Foods.
Last year, we launched our boozy teas with refreshing flavors like matcha chamomile and jasmine blueberry.
Within 1 year, we've sold over 1 million cans.
Owl's Brew is for those who want to drink wisely. Cheers to that.
Love these. Well, Owl's Brew is a delicious addition to any celebration. They've won 4 SIP awards, including the Innovation Award for their product line. And last fall, they launched a spiced chai and cranberry, which sold out. And this past summer, they released 2 new flavors, black tea and pineapple, and green tea and peach. Their most exciting news, they closed their first big round of fundraising at $9 million. Well done, ladies. Next up, Phaedra Randolph is changing the game for alternative and sustainable eating. She had a personal reason to explore plant-based foods, but wound up creating her own product and company along the way. Take a look.
This all started when I was a kid, suffering from chronic migraines and IBS. But in spite of this, I was a competitive athlete and recruited to top colleges. But I suffered in silence until it was just too much. I visited numerous doctors, tried a variety of medications and supplements, but nothing worked until I started eating clean, plant-based foods. Within weeks, my body began to heal, and I finally felt like myself. But there was just one small problem. I loved dairy, and I missed it so much. However, I found that the dairy alternatives on the market were too expensive, unsustainable, made from nuts, and used so much water. And they were filled with questionable ingredients. So using my chemistry background, I invented and filed patents for dairy using seeds, which is unprecedented in the industry. And then I decided to leave my job as an engineer at Facebook to launch Spiro. Today, Spiro is in hundreds of stores, including Whole Foods and Sprouts. We've launched sunflower cream cheese, cheese spreads, and are releasing new products soon. My mission is to democratize dairy alternatives so that every single person can afford to eat healthfully and sustainably.
Spiro is set to launch their newest product, a plant-based, keto-friendly pepita egg. It only has 7 ingredients, and it's free of soy, gluten, egg, dairy, nut, sugar, and processed oils. And that is coming out very soon. We'll keep you updated, so stay tuned. Okay, on to another business with a mission. I needed to put this on your radar before the holidays because packaging is so important. Our next story is bringing representation and diversity to gift wrap and other seasonal products. Meet the founders of Black Paper Party.
I'm Jasmine Hudson.
I'm Jaren Merchant.
And I'm Madia Willis, and we're the founders of Black Paper Party. I met Jasmine and Jay after I moved to Arkansas to work in product development for a major retailer. Jasmine and Jay were running community-focused blogs, so they plugged me into my new life right away. We knew that we each had a unique skill set, but the same goal, to provide authentic representation of Black families and to spread joy during the holidays. So, through intense brainstorming sessions, we started Black Paper Party. We launched the brand in September of 2020 when America was still reeling from the murder of George Floyd, and there was an increased focus on equity in the country. With everything going on in the world, we wanted to provide gifting solutions that would help people focus on what matters most, spending time and making memories with loved ones. Black Paper Party offers thoughtfully designed, trend-relevant wrapping paper, gift bags, and ornaments. And when you see our designs, you know it's going to be a party.
Look at these adorable items. Well, this past year, Black Paper Party won first place and $100,000 at the Macy's Workshop Cohort Pitch Competition and $10,000 from the Amazon Black Business Accelerator Awards. Woo! They've also expanded into kitchen goods. Looking ahead to 2023, Black Paper Party is going beyond winter holidays to Valentine's Day, Easter, and birthdays, becoming a year-round business. Bravo. Well, there's still more to come. Up next, it's my She Made It list. Women-owned small businesses that are sure to keep the party going. We'll be right back.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. I have even more extraordinary female-founded brands that I'm so excited to share with you on my She Made It list. Here are some small businesses that will help you kick off autumn in the most fabulous way. Just leaf it to me. All right, sisters Rumples Miranda and Kat Pasagan were born and raised in Manila, but moved to New York City to pursue their careers and start their families. They hope to stay connected to their Filipino heritage. So in 2016, they started their company, Kubo. Kubo partners with Filipino artisans to create handcrafted objects for the home. Kubo is a love letter to Filipino homemaking and a special brand for anyone who likes to host, entertain, and spend time with their loved ones. All right, next up, founder Mahogany Ellis Crutchfield says that with a little bit of sugar, spice, and everything nice, this millennial girl created a company specializing in all things joy. Gifty Wrap creates stationery and wrapping paper that reflects the diverse community we all live in. From designs celebrating holidays like Lunar New Year and Black History Month to hobbies like camping and astrology, Gifty Wrap has something for everyone. These are great. All right, our next company, Neat Method, you know, I love this, launched in 2010 to transform the organization industry. Co-founders Ashley Murphy, a former Pilates instructor, and Marissa Hagmeyer, who worked in marketing and graphic design, came from two very different backgrounds. Something they shared, their love for organization. What started as a side hustle has grown into a major business and much-loved product collection to help others live neat. Customer favorites also include items like drawer organizers, hangers, baskets, and bins. You know I'm a fan of this. And last up, Sipping This was born out of a deep love for wine and an even deeper desire to make people laugh. Founder Laura Leatherberry found it hard to find wine gifts that weren't cheesy or dated, so she created her own. She started with coasters, added apparel, and is excited to keep creating. My favorite saying, It takes a vineyard. Well, that is all for our She Made It today. Thanks for watching. And remember to shop these small businesses. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or head to today.com/shop. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jill Martin. And of course, I'll see you next time.
Dealing with infertility can be an emotionally trying experience, and it's something I understand firsthand. My husband John and I struggled through several years of infertility before we finally welcomed my beautiful daughter Margot with the help of a surrogate. For the 1 in 8 couples dealing with infertility, the journey can be incredibly isolating, with partners coping in different ways and through different hardships. For some, it can even tear their relationships apart. But for others, they can get closer and stronger. Earlier this year, I spent time with a support group for couples who are struggling with infertility. They were determined to find ways to grieve while also continuing to nurture their relationships, all while trying to build their families.
We know that you're navigating all these hard conversations.
Lynn Poland knows firsthand how difficult infertility can be. After 6 years and 10 rounds of IVF, she and her husband Drew now have 2 daughters.
You can never be who you were before all of this. It's going to forever change you.
And it changes everyone who experiences it. So finding someone to talk with can be crucial.
Our stories are all different, but they're all big and they're valid. But at the end of the day, we can connect with the feelings that are around it, the hardness of it, the challenges, the difficult decisions that need to be made.
Lynn connected with the National Infertility Association's Resolve support group.
Once she kind of found herself in the community, that's when I started to see a huge shift.
What is it about community that gives couples who are suffering through infertility strength?
Connection. They were able to connect in empathy with other people that might be traveling something different.
Lynn is now a family building coach with Kindred Beginnings.
I wanted to turn my pain into purpose and to support other people that were in the journey, because it's hard and it doesn't need to be so hard. If you surround yourself with community, amazing things happen. And I wanted to be that community for people.
Her group has become a family affair, with Drew seeing firsthand how Lynn's experiences have had great impact on others.
And helping them avoid some of the pitfalls that she fell into, and help deal with some of the big emotions and feelings that maybe she didn't know how to deal with at that time, or we didn't. Every day she just gets to walk away with making a pretty big impact to somebody.
Me being the leader of the group, it's healing for me. This is how I heal, because this is empowering. I'm able to support others and lift others up in love and connection and support, and it heals me.
At Lynn's sessions, couples gather to share struggles, triumphs, and strengthen their relationships.
Bill is a very present, in the moment person through our journey. I'm the type A, the planner, the control freak, has to have everything figured all out. You can't do that in this process.
How did you learn how to communicate with each other?
Therapy helped a lot.
Understanding that each person grieves in a different way. Some people really need to talk about it. Some people want to keep it in.
We're going to grieve differently, and that's okay. It doesn't mean that your partner is wrong.
That's really hard to get to that place when you have really strong communication prior to this. And then you come to a point in life and you realize, oh my gosh, like what happened to our foundation? It just all went out the window.
Learning to talk about the pain and knowing when to focus on something else is a big part of the conversation.
I've been so fearful of this just taking over and this becoming everything.
Family building can consume you. It is all day, every day on your minds. And so when we talk about making the time and space every day at 4 o'clock, this is when we talk about family building from 4 to 5 or whatever it is for you. Because otherwise it will consume your entire day. And then what happens?
For us, we found other things to do, whether it's talking more, doing our home projects, or
just
staying busy.
Yeah, staying busy. Yeah.
And for us, we were kind of still newlyweds when we found out
we're
we're going to be
newlyweds.
struggling with infertility. So we're still, trying to learn to communicate with each other as newlyweds, and then deciding to go to a clinic, having losses. It's just, a lot to figure out in the first couple of years of marriage, and we've been there for over half our marriage.
My husband and I went through that same exact thing. We got married, and the marriage is new, and we were in our 40s when we got married, so we started trying immediately, and our whole marriage, like all of those early days that are supposed to be the honeymoon phase, were about dealing with infertility.
You don't think about it. Growing up, this is what I do. I'm gonna have children, get married, boom. And then you get married and all this stuff, other stuff. A whole different direction you go down.
For me, I just thought, this is never gonna happen to me.
Right.
And also, I thought, and this is a beautiful point that you have made, which is that it feels like IVF should be a guarantee.
Nothing's a guarantee in this process.
Yeah, exactly.
And you learn that
very quickly.
You navigate it, is that there is no guarantee.
We've gotten pregnant 3 times through IVF, and we've lost all 3 of those pregnancies. We're doing everything we're supposed to be doing. Like, why is this happening? Everyone else is able to get and stay pregnant.
I think the first step for me is to normalize it.
Dr. Lucky Sikhan is a fertility doctor at RMA of New York. The first step she takes with her patients is often education and accepting you may not have all the answers.
I think the root of the pain is the lack of control. And this idea that's ingrained in all of us from education and just, achieving throughout your life, the amount of effort you put in should produce the result. And this is one of those areas where that is not the case, right? You can do everything right. You could be the healthiest person, but, this is something that you largely cannot control. And that's why, the number one message that I give to my patients who are struggling with the stress of it all is that this is not your fault.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does. Start today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no surprise when Aaron and I got together that we were going to have to seek fertility treatment. We both have our own past experiences with fertility centers. It's definitely an emotional process with ups, downs, twists, turns. And at the age of 34, I would expect something different for my body.
Although you're in a same-sex marriage, there's an infertility issue as well.
For so many people and so many LGBT couples, this isn't covered and they have to jump through hoops and there's a huge expense and it's just a long journey and that's very, very, very difficult.
And when it doesn't go your way or as expected, like we all said, like you go to IVF, like it is a short shot. Like that is what we're paying for. That is what we're signing up for. And to learn the hard way that is just simply like not the case. It's tough.
We say that all the time. Like if anybody was on plan A, none of you'd be sitting here, right?
Right.
Then we go to plan B, C, D, and then you run through the alphabet, and all of a sudden you're like, all right, we'll go back to A.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm running out of
Let's regroup.
letters here.
I think it's important to go into it saying, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon.
How can individuals, couples find the right path for them?
we want to help them overcome the inefficiency of reproduction. And there's really two buckets. There's two buckets of treatment or pathways that you can take. And one is a laid back approach that isn't that much more efficient or effective, but it might be the extra push that you need to get there. That's the type of treatment pathway where I tell patients it often takes persistence and time, and you should go into it thinking that. There are other options like the second pathway, which is IVF, which is very different. It is more work, so it's less laid back. It is more expensive. Know that when you're trying to plan out family building and what that's going to look like, it may take a runway of several months before you get to baby number one. And if you're aware of that, you can make an informed decision about how to proceed.
When a so-called solution doesn't work, couples then attempt to find a path forward. And it can be hard trying to fit into a family-focused society as they struggle to build their own families.
You guys probably all can probably sympathize with a little bit is setting boundaries. And at that time, I really needed to just retreat into my hole. But Tom is a little bit more social than me and a little bit more open and, you know, always wants to go do stuff with friends. And I think something that was hard for us was trying to navigate, you know, wanting to go be active and social and do all these things. But I just couldn't physically get there. I couldn't mentally bring myself to do it.
How did you guys work through that moment when you were wanting to be more social and you were wanting to withdraw more?
One of the biggest challenges, like we're at an age where a lot of our friends have children now, it's tough. It's hard to be around people that are happy and they're having newborns and their kids are growing up.
I just had to come to terms with telling him exactly how I felt and just saying, I have to set my boundary, and my boundary is no, I'm not gonna do this. And eventually we got to a point where you said, okay, I understand, and that's fine.
How many of you had to kind of have that conversation where you had to say, this is what I need? Like, it's uncomfortable, but this is what I need. It's not necessarily what you need, but I need something different right now.
Yeah, we've had that conversation, and and it's happened more than once where we just kind of had to pick up and leave because it was just too much of a trigger and too much of a challenge to be in those environments.
The first question you ever get when you're in any type of setting of meeting someone is, do you have children? That's like the number one question that comes up.
And I think we've all been in that situation a million times where people ask you, do you have kids? And you don't. And for me, I wanted to just scream at the top of my lungs.
It is a daily occurrence. And I still, even 6 years going through this, I still struggle every day. I've called Lynn crying. I've called my husband crying.
We were at an event and someone asked, do you have kids? And he said no. And I said, no, we have 3 girls in heaven. And it was just like crickets. Like they didn't even know how to respond to that. Everything's focused on kids and family.
It hurts. It's not just because I want to be like this. It's not because we don't want any kids. It's that we have a problem going on.
That's why the conversation needs to shift from, do you have kids, to tell me about your family. We have to shift the language.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks. It's not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Yes.
Start today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Dr. Sekhon, it surprised me when I was going through this myself, the emotional toll that it takes. And I spoke to a number of couples who were going through infertility for this piece. And they all came back to the emotional toll, the fact that we live in this society where people are having families all around you. How should a couple deal with the emotional toll that infertility takes?
I think the emotional toll is, it can never be understated. Infertility is like this invisible chronic illness. And there have been many studies that have shown the mental anguish and stress that people face as a result of it is equivalent to dealing with a cancer diagnosis. And it's something that a lot of people suffer with in silence, which I think compounds the issue because people feel embarrassed. They feel judged. There's a lot of stigma, especially in certain cultures. It can be very complicated trying to discuss this with family members.
And it can be difficult to discuss together.
He loved me no matter what and accepted it. And he always reminds me that he accepts it. I even, one time I told him that if he wanted to leave me to be happy, to see if he could have a baby with someone else. But he always tells me that he's here for me no matter what.
It sounds like you all have a really strong mode of communicating with each other.
Yeah, well, we don't really talk about the family building though together a lot.
Yo sé lo que te pone así, yo sé que te pone así eso.
He doesn't like to see me down, and he knows that when we talk about it that I get very sad.
Do you want to talk about it more?
Yes, and that's why I joined Lynn. Yes, she's been very helpful for me because I couldn't talk about this situation before. And then telling this to him is very hard. And then for men, there's hardly any support.
Yeah, she's got much more support than I do.
The guys don't talk about it. He's like, he doesn't know people in his world that have had trouble getting pregnant. Like, I've known a ton of women in my life.
For some couples, it's hard for both partners to feel involved in the process and to share in the ups and downs. The person who's not doing the carrying often struggles with a unique set of emotions. How should that person approach infertility and be supportive of his or her partner, but also of themselves?
Some men are not good with seeking out help, leaning on others for emotional support, or talking about their problems, or going to a doctor in the first place. Oftentimes there's a lot of guilt because the male partner wants to be able to do more. We're equal partners in this. Why am I not contributing an equal amount of the burden and bearing an equal amount of the burden and putting in as much work? I do see a lot of wonderful partners who find ways to be more involved, like helping with the administration of medications, showing up for appointments, being a part of the conversation.
As the non-potentially pregnant person in the equation, to me, it always has felt like my empathy, my understanding has a limitation of it. And that becomes, I think, quite maddening in this whole thing because you want to be the person that can share in the physical pain and anguish, et cetera, that comes with this whole thing. And unfortunately, as the male in the piece, there's only so much you can do.
We were kind of going back to the caveman reference. You want to be the protector. You want to be there to do everything that you can to get us to that dream, and you're on the sidelines. You're stuck. There's nothing you can do. You can't fix it.
I haven't felt resentment towards my wife about any of this. We've been through this together, and but for me, the resentment has come from this whole institution. Sometimes it makes you question, why are we doing this? And that it'll be worth it, and that if it does happen, it will be really profound and great. But the resentment for me comes from just sharing openly. Sometimes it's hard to remember what we're doing this for because it does take a toll on your relationship.
It's a toll and a grief that never goes away, even for those fortunate enough to later become parents. Do you still grieve over those years of infertility?
How could you not? I grieve over some of the decisions that I made and didn't make. I grieve over the losses. I felt like my body failed me. I felt like I could do more and I could be better. The grief will never go away. It will always be with me.
How do you cope with the fact that you still grieve? You have 2 kids, but you're still healing.
I grant myself a lot of time and space and permission. In the hard moments when you're with the yuck, you sit with the yuck and you just know you're having a hard moment and it's temporary. It'll pass. The same is true for those good moments. You have to hold on to them because they too will pass and it's going to shift.
How can individuals deal with the grief of loss that often comes with infertility?
I think it's such a complicated issue too, especially if you are in a couple, because people handle grief differently. People handle disappointment differently. And I oftentimes will see that as a source of conflict because, one's perception of how their partner's dealing with it, like it can be hurtful that, okay, well, why aren't you more upset? Or, there can be a blame game. So there's a lot of complex things that can happen in a relationship when faced with the stress of infertility, going through miscarriage.
One of the things that took me so by surprise was when we lost one of our embryos, the level of grief that I experienced. I don't think anyone ever tells you about that or prepares you for that. And that's part of, I think, why it stays with you forever, really.
A loss is a loss is a loss.
Yeah.
And people have different feelings about that. Some people have total embryo loss, and that's a loss, and that's a grief. Some people go to transfer an embryo, and that's a loss. There's miscarriage, there's 18 weeks, there's a stillborn, there's an infant death. A grief is a grief is a grief.
Nobody tells you that even if you get pregnant, and I hate to scare anybody, but that doesn't mean anything either. I was 18 weeks and lost the first baby, and nobody tells you about that. Nobody tells you about how hard this can be and how much people go through to have a live birth and bring home a baby. And then, going through infertility to try and, have another child, it's another layer because you're dealing with the grief of what you've lost. Then you're trying to expand your family and you're still dealing with people who are saying things like, it happened for a reason, you'll have another baby, it'll be okay. No, there was never a reason for why my son passed away in the womb, and there was not a reason for why my daughter passed away at 2.5 months old. There's not a reason, but it's just a very strange space to be in when you want to celebrate the life that you created, but you're still going through this process and you want to be able to have support, but people have no idea how to react or how to respond. It's very difficult.
People don't know how to respond, and they respond with all the fix-its because they're uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's to make them feel better because this is weird. Let's just say something to make me feel better, and it doesn't make you feel better.
Even the day that we bring home a healthy baby, because we will, one way or another, no matter where it comes from, it doesn't change what we have all been through. This is something that stays with you. The losses, the hopes, the joys, the downfalls, all of it.
Yeah, how much pain are you willing to go through physically, mentally, emotionally, financially to get there is the hard part.
Even when you have a child, you still have moments of intense grief for what you've lost, the children that you've lost.
I always talk about grief as being a pinball machine, right? Like we know the stages. There's anger, there's depression, there's sadness, there's guilt, there's bargaining. And you just go boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
There's no cyclical, linear way to go about grief. It never leaves you, it just shifts and it changes.
What would you want to tell people about what would be a more helpful and caring response when you share your losses?
Ask me about them. Ask me about my pregnancy and acknowledge the fact that I was pregnant, that I did conceive 2 children, Ask me about the moments that I did have with her that were good. If you're not going to acknowledge them or that they lived, then don't ask anything at all. Don't say anything at all. So just asking what we need, how we can better be supported, and respecting when some things might be difficult for us that might not be difficult for other people.
Say their names into the microphone.
Madeline Joy and Dylan Charles.
I'm so sorry for your losses. I truly am. My condolences.
But they're why I'm doing this now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
Yes. Start today.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
does.
Yes. This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York. The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
To refresh and reorganize for fall.
Start today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I remember the very first time that Bill and I had our communication breakdown. And how are we going to navigate this? How are we going to do this together? But you have to be raw, and you have to be vulnerable, and you have to be resourceful and
Ask for help.
The simple outlet of talking about the loss and the struggle can mean so much.
You know, I work at RMA of New York, and we have a mental health team that we partner with that's available to all of our patients. And I think a lot of fertility clinics are thankfully trying to move towards that model, because now we recognize that this is, yes, a physical problem that we have to work around, but there's also such a huge mental component, and you cannot separate the two. We have to support our patients.
I love hearing that. I mean, that's pretty extraordinary, I think, because you're right. I think that a lot of fertility clinics, a lot of fertility doctors don't come with that mental and emotional component. And so often couples deal with the complex emotions that they are feeling differently. As you just said, how can couples address that issue that often they are dealing with this, adapting to this very differently emotionally?
I think therapy is always a good idea. And I don't think it has to be done as a couple. I think sometimes it can be very helpful to have a separate conversation and feel like you have a complete safe space where you can talk about how you feel about how your partner's feeling.
These conversations can be healing for a heartache that never quite goes away.
I feel probably the most connected to my wife that I've ever felt. I mean, this has really, I think, made us stronger for sure. I feel that we together can do anything, and I hope for me is just to hopefully get past this rough spot and make this work.
All the couples we met are determined to stay positive and never give up. What gives you hope? What keeps you going?
Knowing that, yes, we have a hard case, but there is also hard cases that are successful.
My hope is that our dreams will come true and that I can brag about our family whenever asked.
I really want to be a mom. Like, that's the biggest dream I have. I know I can do it somehow. And because I want it so much, I'm going to fight for it as much as I want it.
Getting hope from the others in this community, I think that's really what gives me any kind of strength. There was a point where I was ready to stop, but just hearing other stories has been really good. And, you know, once you get that little nugget of hope to keep going too, and positive things start happening, it kind of catches on. It's good.
Because no matter what you go through, I don't believe that hope goes away. I won't. And I feel this way for everyone. Like, do not give up. No matter what it looks like for you, no matter how this journey ends up, don't. If it's in your heart and you know that you want to be a parent, find a way. I know that it's easier said than done. Trust me, I do. Hold on to that hope and find a way.
A big hello to everyone watching Today All Day. Hope you enjoyed the long holiday weekend. This is Pop Start Plus. I'm Joe Fryer filling in for Carson. On today's show, get ready to be transported to a European vacation. We're talking with two stars of the new movie Love in the Villa. And yes, it takes place in Italy. After that, we're going to share our visit with one of our absolute favorites, Kenan Thompson. The SNL star is hosting the Emmys this year and updated us on his plans and his life. And later, a fun 90s look back with Hugh Grant. But first, here's Pop Start.
Let's get to it. We're starting off with Luckiest Girl Alive. We have an exclusive first look at the trailer for the upcoming best-selling book-turned-movie. It's based on the novel by Jessica Knoll. Mila Kunis stars as a woman who seems to have it all until her past comes back to haunt her. Take a look.
I'm working on a documentary about the incident at your high school. There are still so many questions that you've never answered. People want to know, were you a hero or an accomplice?
Imagine what it's going to be like when they find out about what happened.
How could you not tell me about this?
I carried this horrible thing with me alone for years.
And it has built up this rage inside of me.
Honey, get out!
Don't touch me! I don't know what's me and what part I invented.
Ooh, I want what I invented? Is that what she said?
That's a dark one.
I read that book, and I don't remember anything that happened, but I remember it being good. Yes, exactly.
Refresh your memory.
Wow,
you can catch the full trailer on today.com. Mila will also join us on September 28th to talk about her role in Luckiest Girl Alive. Premieres on Netflix on October 7th, so there's still time to read the book before the movie. All right, next up, Julia Roberts and George Clooney. The iconic pair is gearing up for the release of the upcoming movie Ticket to Paradise. They play a divorced couple teaming up to try and stop their daughter's wedding. Here's a peek.
I think your things are in my seat.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, come on.
You've got to be kidding me.
Excuse me, ma'am. I need to sit somewhere else. We used to be married.
Worst 19 years of my life.
We were only married for 5.
I'm counting the recovery.
We're looking forward to that one. In real life, everyone knows Roberts and Clooney are longtime friends. The pair actually opened up to the New York Times about working together, joking that a single kiss between them took 6 months to shoot. It took 79 takes of us laughing and then the one take of us kissing, Roberts joked. Ticket to Paradise hits theaters October 21st.
That's going to be a good one.
80 takes. Can you imagine trying to do a kissing scene with one of your best friends?
No.
Like, that's just...
And George Clooney is hysterical.
Yes,
right?
I couldn't even imagine. All right, next up, Don't Worry, Darling. We're going to keep the movies going here. The psychological thriller. It premiered at the Venice Film Festival last night, bringing together the biggest stars of the film, Harry Styles, Florence Pugh, and Olivia Wilde. They all hit the red carpet alongside their co-stars to promote the upcoming movie. Now, as fans wait for the movie's release, we all know there have been rumors of a falling out between the lead, Florence Pugh, and director Olivia Wilde. Well, Olivia addressed the rumors at a press conference yesterday. Take a look.
I can't say enough how honored I am to have her as our lead. She's amazing in the film. And as for all the endless tabloid gossip and all the noise out there, I mean, the internet feeds itself. I don't feel the need to contribute. I think it's sufficiently well-nourished.
That's true.
And that's that.
Well said.
Okay. Yes. Don't Worry, Darling hits theaters on September 23rd. Okay, next up, the NFL. We've been talking about it all morning. It's a big week for football fans, and we've got a lot to get to. So let's kick off with an exclusive first look at a new video from the NFL showing how the league is gearing up for this season.
Okay.
Welcome to the 103rd season of the NFL. It's that time.
Let's get things on. Let's go.
Tiffany.
We're trying to call out all the people.
Yeah.
Wait, was that Tiffany Haddish? I saw
Everyone in
Simone.
that one. Well, you're not wrong, because they're all in it. Simone's in it. Lil Wayne's in it. Saweetie's in it. They all teamed up for that legendary pep rally to celebrate the start of the season. If you want to watch the whole thing, you
yes,
can,
we
of course,
do.
go to today.com for the full video.
I'm going immediately. See that.
It's fun. It gets you fired up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's September now. We're ready for football season. All right, and also making his return to the NFL, Tom Brady. We haven't talked about him in a few days. The star quarterback opened up about his decision to return to football on his Sirius XM show. Let's go. Take a look.
I just felt like I had a little left, and I want to give it a shot. And I owed it to my teammates and our great coaches and our whole organization. We built something pretty special here in Tampa the last few years. The competitive fire still burns, and I want to get out there and I want to have a great season for everybody because there's a lot of people that have supported me along the way.
And if you want one more reason to look forward to the NFL season, Ozzy Osbourne.
What?
The rock legend is set to take the stage during halftime at this Thursday's season kickoff between the LA Rams and the Buffalo Bills. It's actually his first U.S. appearance and performance since 2019. Of course, you can catch the kickoff game. It's this Thursday right here on NBC.
Wait, a halftime musical show on the first game?
There's more you need to know, starting with Andy Cohen. Everyone loves to show off their happy, sun-kissed family photos after a good vacay. But our buddy Andy, well, he's keeping it real in a new video from inside the tough car ride home with his kids.
And you just watched Bob the Builder for 6 hours while I packed the car up. You can't want to watch more. We're going back to the city. You've been wanting to go back to the city. What? Okay. Do you feel better now?
No, I still have a cold.
Well, you what?
I was just kidding.
You were just kidding. Wow.
The many highs and lows of being 3 years old. Congrats to all the parents who survived this summer, and cheers to going back to school. And finally, Lea Michele, the multi-talented actress, is getting ready to take the stage as the lead in the Broadway show Funny Girl. Entertainment Weekly revealed these first-look photos of Michele as Fanny Bryce. As she prepares for her first show, Lea says she's over the moon and so nervous at the exact same time, describing the role as a dream come true. Lea Michele's run in Funny Girl begins tonight at the August Wilson Theater here in New York. And that is the latest for you today. Coming up, the stars of Love in the Villa give us a glimpse into shooting in real-life Verona, Italy.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
Start today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
Start today.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
Start today.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. What would you do if you arrived for a European vacation and your Airbnb was double booked? Well, that's what happens in a new movie called Love in the Villa. And two of its stars spoke to the Fourth Hour's Donna Farazan about shooting in real-life, gorgeous Verona, Italy.
This is the movie we all need right now. We need romance. We need Italy. I love that you two, you actually shot the film in Italy. What was it like being in that romantic and historic setting?
It's incredible. I think we both said, right, that it's the best filming experience we've ever had. I mean, it's just incredible.
It was a dream. It was an absolute dream. There were so many locations, the people, the food. It was magical.
Oh, bloody hell.
Who are you?
Who am I?
What are you doing here?
I'm sorry, are you insane? You've just walked in here. Wait, jeez.
No. I rented this villa for the week. Look, I'll prove it to you. See? Julie Hutton, house and host.
Nice to meet you. Charlie Fletcher. Vacay estate.
I mean, when I was watching it and the characters, at first you didn't want to be together, I'm like, come on, these two gorgeous people. I would totally be like, sign me up to be overbooked with either of you two. I mean, that's amazing. Would you, in real life, if you were overbooked in a villa, would you stay or would you go?
I would put up a fight. I'd be like, you gotta go. Share with you after I just got dumped? No, I need space.
I'd probably I'd probably do what Charlie does later on, and I'd be like, listen, let me cook you dinner. We'll go out, we'll have some drinks. Actually, because it's based on a true story, because this actually happened to Mark Steven Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was based off like an event where he went to Paris and met a woman in a villa that was an Airbnb, but they didn't have a romance, but they became really good friends. They're still in touch now.
Well, nothing beats the romantic aspect of it. I think everyone dreams of this type of scenario for themselves. Would you say that you, Tom, are more of a Charlie then?
I'm probably close to Charlie, sort of in the latter stages of the movie. Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not as rude as Charlie is early on, but in terms of like my planning and things like that, yes, I'm quite sort of, let's go with the flow. Don't worry about it. We'll just deal with it when we get there.
Kat, are you well organized or more go with the flow?
What are you laughing at, Tom?
Because I know the answer.
Let's answer the question since you know.
She is Julie.
Well, you know what, Kat? Being Julie has gotten you very far in life. So congratulations.
Compulsive successful is what I like to call it. But I have since stopped planning as much, and I've learned to go with the flow. I no longer laminate my itineraries, and I don't use my journal every day. So I'm doing better and better and better, especially when it comes to my personal life.
There's so many elements in this movie. There's heartbreak, there's falling in love, there's being independent. Do you have any lessons in heartbreak, in dealing with heartbreak, or in dealing with not settling?
Yeah. I mean, like Tom saying I am this character, it's not just the character. It's I had a breakup. We got back together in Verona. This was years ago. My ex-fiance's name is Brandon. Darren, my now fiance, is allergic to cats. There were things that were in that the crew built in our actual villa. They had no idea was the same thing I have in my house. There were weird things like that. And I'm a spiritual person, so
Me too. I'm like, did you manifest this? What's happening?
I think God uses my art as a way to get me to deal with myself or to teach me lessons, to deal with the things that scared me. If I could give anyone any advice, it's to just be open and stop trying to control everything and follow your heart. And it sounds really corny, but I've learned so much about allowing myself to just fall in love and be happy.
Wow, Kat, I loved that so much. You know, it was so funny when I was watching the movie, I didn't realize at first, Tom, that your girlfriend was your wife in real life, Laura. Sharing a screen and a set with her. I know that you've done this before, but in this romantic setting of Italy, like, what was that like?
Oh my God, amazing. It was the first time actually as well that we'd been away together alone without our children for a bit. So to go away and do a movie together, doing the thing we both love, was amazing.
What are you most excited for people to see when they're watching Love in the Villa?
I think, well, I kind of feel that Verona is a hidden gem of Italy, actually, for most people. I think when people go to Italy, they think of Rome, they think of Milan, they think of Venice. And for me, Verona is the one. I think I want people to watch it and go, oh my God, is that what that city looks like? How are more people not going there? It's still relatively quiet. So I also hope I don't destroy it by having more tourism there, because it's kind of beautiful, it's not overcrowded. But it's just endless sights, like site after site after site and view after view. It's just incredible.
Kat, if you could describe Love in the Villa in a sentence or two, how would you describe it?
It's a movie about conquering yourself and believing in destino.
We should mention you can catch Love in the Villa on Netflix. Up next, the hilarious Kenan Thompson's visit to Studio 1A.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Pop Start Plus. Kenan Thompson always brings a huge smile when he visits us here on Today. And during his latest visit, he talked about hosting the Emmys, SNL, and more.
Kenan Thompson has been making us laugh for decades.
Yeah, he first broke onto the scene, guess how long ago? Kenan, guess. 30 years ago, starring in classics like Nickelodeon's All That and the Mighty Duck movies.
The tiny, and they're my favorite right there. Today, Kenan continues his reign as the longest-running cast member in Saturday Night Live history. Next week, Kenan will take the stage as the host of the 74th Emmy Awards right here on NBC. Kenan.
You know what Savannah and I have been singing?
What's up with that?
Oh, yeah.
Kenan, what's up with that? Can't get enough.
What's
up with that?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm excited. Good morning.
Well, good morning. So,
Good
what do you
morning.
do? How do you get ready for the Emmys?
A lot of phone calls back and forth to figure out what it's going to be. But a lot of joke writing. The writers are really writing a lot of jokes and trying to figure out who wants to do bits and stuff like that. You know
what do you mean? Other people are going to join you?
Yeah, the famous folks. You know what I'm saying? Who's down to do something funny.
Uh-huh.
Whoever's in the room, we've been reaching out to a lot of different people. All my SNL brothers and sisters that'll be in the building, I'm sure, are going to be down for whatever.
Uh-huh.
But it'd be nice for the elders, the Sudeikuses of the world, to do some stuff. The haters of the world, But also, anybody. I feel we've been reaching out to people like Kamel and like maybe Lizzo and stuff I've been hearing. So these are all like, you know, unconfirmed but hopefully confirmed kind of like things.
Well, you mentioned Lizzo. We heard that you were hoping to do like a big musical number.
Yes.
Do you think that's going to come together?
It's coming together kind of well. I mean, I think you kind of got to have some music in the name. You know, it's Grant's the Academy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, you know, do something grandiose.
A little hint about what that might be? How it might look?
What can the hint be without giving it away? It'll be an kind of an eclectic gathering of tunes. If that's a hint. Hint, if you will.
By the way, do you get nervous before something like this? You do live, obviously, you do live television all the time at SNL.
Yeah, I feel it. I mean, I try to turn that, you know, nervousness, you know, wordage into like adrenaline or something like that, or, you know, testosterone. Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel it now, you know what I'm saying? Like just knowing that, you know, it's Tuesday now and Monday is approaching and blah, blah, blah. It's just like always on my mind. So I'm just like ready to get it done.
Well, you're going to crush it. Full of faith. And then you have your, is it the 20th season, did we say, on SNL?
Yeah, starting number 20.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, crazy, right?
So, like, what? Your staying power there. I think I saw you on the you were on the Smartless podcast, and you were like, I'll stay forever. I'll stay till you're 100.
Will you?
That's my mentality, you know? Like, it's just nice to be asked back. That's been this ongoing thing, like, who am I to deny them when they call? You know what I mean? Like, it's such an institution, but you know, it's my home, you know, and it's nice to have stability in life. So I just like, you know, keep, you know, just stacking all these clips and looking back on it, it's the best. And these moments, I was just on Kevin Hart's podcast and we were talking about that sketch right there. The Corner Boys. And you know, I'm just working with a lot of brilliant people, like the Mulaney's of the world, you know. So,
how do you know how to do an Al Roker? Like, how do you even know how to do it?
It's what I hear.
Yeah.
You know?
So what do you
And like my kind of like, you know, if he was projecting, that's what I would be taking away from it. But he's just so jolly. I was asking where he is a minute ago. I was like, where's Roker at?
Can you believe
he's just
he's not
got
here?
such a presence. And he's always smiling. So that just makes me feel like he's just very giddy. And he wants everybody to know what's going on in their neck of the woods.
Simple as that. By the way, people love to write in and say, this is who I wish would be the guest host this year, some special guest host.
Yeah.
Carol Burnett's getting traction.
Oh, that would be amazing.
She's never done it.
Are you serious?
Yeah. What do you think of that?
I feel like that's a crime. You know? You know, she's incredibly brilliant. Carol Burnett actually presented me Miami when we won. That was amazing. She was the presenter of that category. And that was the first time I've ever even been close enough to even like imagine touching Carol Burnett. You know what I mean? Like it was an amazing moment.
We gotta hit
so
one at a time.
She's gotta do it.
Yeah, you just got your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
I sure did.
How cool is that?
Gold star for the kid.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was an incredible moment. It really was. Like very touching, whole family. Yeah, Leslie came out, JB came out, the babies was there. It was the best. Yeah, it was a great day.
Yeah,
it was crazy to witness something like that and still feel so young. You know what I mean? It seems like such a end of the road kind of thing.
I heard your neighbors with Lorne Michaels on the Walk of Fame.
He was right next to me.
That's cool.
That's so crazy. Like we had you know, half of his name covered up because of the carpet. Felt slightly disrespectful. But yeah, it's just wild to think about, you know?
Gotta love Kenan. And we should mention you can watch him as your Emmys host coming up on Monday night at 8 o'clock, 7 Central on NBC. Next up, we're traveling back to the 90s with Hugh Grant.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
This is so healthy.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Start today.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. Any Notting Hill fans out there watching? The 1999 romantic comedy star Julia Roberts and Hugh Grant. And in honor of Grant's 62nd birthday this week, a little something from the vault. His visit to Today all about the film.
Hugh Grant, good morning. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you.
So this teams you up once again with the screenwriter and producer from Four Weddings and a Funeral.
That's right, yeah.
Was it nice? Was it a nice reunion? Nice to be back with those people?
Well, it was. It was like getting back into a warm bath, you know, after years in the wilderness of people, you know, giving me not such great romantic comedies. And suddenly to have this great writing again was fabulous. But having said that, it was very scary because suddenly it was a much bigger budget.
I was going to say a much bigger budget,
well,
right?
And partly because we have this actress called Julia Roberts in it, which
who?
Someone called Julia Roberts. She's good. You watch out for her. She's going to be big. And, you know, obviously everything suddenly becomes a different kind of ball game. So it's scary in that way.
The idea apparently came from screenwriter Richard Curtis's brain. He was staying up one night thinking about what it would be like to suddenly have these two worlds collide. The most famous person in the world, which seems really right for a movie because society's so obsessed with celebrity right now.
Yeah.
Get together with somebody who really doesn't have a clue about popular culture, right?
That's right, a non-entity and a rather sort of, as you say, naive non-entity.
When you heard about this plot, I know that Julia said that she thought, I don't think this is such a hot idea. What did you think when you heard about it?
No, I think that's a fascinating idea. I've always wondered, you know, if that can really happen. A very ordinary kind of guy falling in love with a very, very famous woman, or the other way around. And I think a lot of people are fascinated by the prospect of that. You know, would the spark or just the basic charm or whatever that chemistry is, can that vault over this great divide in terms of, you know, celebrity? And I like to think it can. And Richard, who wrote the script, hates me telling this story. And in fact, I'll get into trouble for telling it again now on national television. But it did happen to a friend of his who was just an ordinary English guy shopping in Harrods, big department store in London.
Yeah.
So
know
I
it.
know what people know. I mean, I know you know it.
Yeah, but you're right. A lot of people might not. So.
And who met an unbelievably famous person whose name I can't reveal.
Oh, come
and
on.
Ended up, no, that's why it's a sort of boring story as well as a naughty one. And ended up having a fling with her. And that became the basis or the germ of this film, I think.
What was it like working with Julia Roberts? Were you at all intimidated at the prospect, or did you all get on immediately?
No, I think we were all terrified, especially me. I mean, I had met her many years ago, and when she was going to do a film in London, and I was a sad, unemployed actor. And I was one of many sad, unemployed actors who she rejected, threw away like so much trash for this film. But we got on very well at that thing, and I knew it would be all right in the end in this film, but it didn't stop me from being unbelievably nervous when she first showed up.
I was talking to her about the other actors in the film too, and how important they really are to the whole mood of the movie. Were these people, she didn't know any of them before this film because they're all British, but were these people you knew or had worked with at all? Or?
I hadn't worked with them, but I knew who they were because they're all big TV stars in England, or you know, well known in England. And as you say, they're very important to the whole thing. It's like Four Weddings and a Funeral was like a sort of ensemble piece up to a point. And Richard Curtis, the author of the piece, is very keen on friendship and on, I don't know, just on a whole sort of bedrock of good supporting characters. And there's some hilarious performances. The guy who plays my flatmate, my roommate in this, is particularly hilarious.
He is very funny, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, some people have said, here's Hugh Grant, once again playing Hugh Grant. I mean, you've heard this a million times, Hugh, and it must be frustrating for you to read that or hear that. You know, well, once again, he's playing the affable, bumbling, romantic, lovable, shy, self-deprecating person.
Yeah.
What do you think when you hear that or read it?
Well, you're right. It is vaguely frustrating. I mean, because to anyone who actually knows me, I'm not that person. I'm a lot nastier than that.
Plus,
in fact, I mean, for years, all I did was villains for all the way through the 1980s. And in these kind of situations, these interviews, people would say, "Why do you always play villains? Why are you always the same thing?" So I think people like to hang you on a hook as an actor. It just so happens Richard's written two parts, which are actually rather like him. He's the author. And I just sort of ape him. And those two happen to have been the most successful that I've done.
And there you have it, today's Pop Start Plus. And as always, we'll have much more for you tomorrow. Until then, take care.
Hi everyone, I'm Dylan Dreyer. It's so nice to have you with us for Today Goes Back to School. The countdown to the new school year is officially on, and we have pulled together a team of experts focusing on everything you need for a successful school year, from how to save on must-have items to academics and much more. But first, in anticipation of the most wonderful time of the year, our Today Show family shared their favorite back-to-school traditions. Take a look.
The one word I would use to describe back to school is exciting. New beginning, a fresh start.
Relief, sweet relief.
I love a new possibility. I love new beginnings.
I was a teacher too, and whenever September rolls around, I get that feeling in my stomach of the fresh season.
I was the kid at the end of the school year who actually cried. So whatever the opposite of that feeling was of crying, that's how I felt every year when the school year began.
Growing up, my favorite tradition was going back to school shopping.
School shopping is always fun.
All those new notepads and pencils and scissors, and can we please buy glue stick? Please, just this once.
To this day, true story, I walk into CVS and I look at the binder section and the notebook section in the fall, and I think I've got to get some notebooks and some binders.
My sister and I would get matching outfits, and we would set everything out that we were going to wear for the first day of school. I mean, from head to toe.
We like to celebrate the beginning of the school year by having a family dinner, talk about what we're excited about and what we're nervous the night before school starts.
The night before school, maybe a family dinner. The girls pick out whatever they want. Inevitably, it's pizza, so everybody wins. Back to school is something to be excited about, and certainly they're excited.
I like to get them a special backpack because they like to put their snacks in there, and then more snacks and more snacks. And they get to decorate it and get to do whatever they want.
We love making the first day of whatever grade they're starting. We love making that sign, taking that picture.
They've got the fresh haircut, new clothes, the sneakers are clean, the backpack is clean, because then you fast forward to the end of the year and it looks totally different.
We would go and we'd get the notebooks and the pencils and the trapper keepers and everything, and they were all excited because school hadn't started yet. And within 6 months, that was all out the door.
I try to give energy to my kids to be excited the night before school starts, to say, you know what, this is going to be an awesome year. I love bringing back those memories. Okay, so we have brought together a panel of experts to answer the most searched questions for back to school. I'm joined by NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar, Katie Hurley, a child and adolescent psychotherapist, and Kurt Russell, the country's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Welcome, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Dylan.
Okay, so some of the top questions, obviously, Dr. Natalie, we'll start with you, involve COVID. So what's the latest guidelines? What can parents expect when they send their kids back to school?
You know, Dylan, I think the number one thing that parents should kind of be aware of going into the school year is what are your school's policies and what is their mechanism for communicating to you. I think we all can remember getting emails from the superintendent and this is our policy and we're following CDC guidance, but maybe we're modifying it a little bit. So I think going into the school year, it's important, especially as a working parent, for childcare and things like that, to know what your school's policy is regarding, you know, isolation and quarantine. Every child now, 6 months and older, is eligible for vaccination. So, you know, most schools obviously are not mandating that, but if your child is above the age of 6 months, they can certainly be vaccinated. And I think then the big question is about boosters. Pretty easy to remember if you think of the number 5. Everyone over the age of 5 is eligible for their first booster if you had the original, you know, 2 series mRNA about 5 months after you completed that. In terms of a second booster, if you're over the age of 12 and with an immunocompromising condition or you're over the age of 50, you are technically eligible for a second booster. A lot of parents are wondering right now about whether or not they're going to get the new bivalent vaccine, right? That's going to have the original Omicron strain, or the original strain, I should say, plus Omicron.
Okay.
At this point, we have no information that children are going to be eligible for that updated vaccine. So kids, if you haven't been vaccinated at all, you're still going with the original series and you're boosting with the original.
Okay, but every school is different, so make sure you need to know what your school's
policies are. Yeah, so you're not, caught off guard.
Okay. Katie, there's a lot of anxiety going back to school. Some kids haven't been in a classroom setting all that long. I'm sending my son to first grade for the first time in a whole new school. So there is a lot of anxiety for parents and for kids. So how can we ease it for everybody in the family?
Well, I think the first thing, Dylan, is really just talking about it and being really open about it, because a lot of kids, from the little ones up through the college students, are just experiencing a wide variety of anxiety and stressors. So just really saying, it's okay if you feel a little bit worried. I feel a little bit worried too. What can we do about that? So one thing I talk about with little kids is creating worry boxes where they can just kind of decorate a little box and then stick their worries in day by day, one by one. It's just a way of getting it out and really talking about it with a grown-up or someone else in the family. With older kids, I like to talk about doing zones of control. So, worries, I always say anxiety lives in the past, the woulda, coulda, shouldas, or in the future, the what ifs. So if we can all remain sort of present in what we're doing today, and we can say, what's within my zone of control today? Today I can pack my backpack, I can get my new school supplies, I can cuddle with a grown-up, I can read a book with a grown-up, just things like that. Sometimes these everyday sort of strategies really help kids feel calm. And always when parents or grown-ups in the home are showing a sense of calm, that helps kids see that, okay, it's okay to feel worried, but I can do this.
And it's okay for parents to express their worry to their kids also, within reason, I'm assuming?
Within reason, yes. I mean, we don't want to put all of our, global worries onto our kids, right? But it's okay to normalize it and say, yeah, I feel worried sometimes too. And you know what I do? I like to take a walk, or I like to just sit and pet the dog while I look at a magazine, or whatever you like to do. The more open we are about it, the more kids learn that, okay, it's okay to have all these different emotions, and I can figure out a way to get through that, whether it's coloring or, listening to music or getting outside.
Okay. And Kurt, let's bring you in here because you are the 2022 Teacher of the Year. So parents have that back to school night. They get the first chance to talk to their kids' teachers. What should they be asking? What should they learn from that meeting?
Dylan, that's a great question. And similar to parents, teachers are nervous as well, right? And so I had to talk to myself. So parents should just be a cheerleader for their children. You can do this. Let me encourage you. What you are going to expect within the classroom is this and that. And so I think we have to be honest with our children as they go through school and making sure that they are comfortable enough, making sure that they know their classes, right? Make sure that they know the bus stops. So take that anxiety off of them, as Katie mentioned earlier. It makes things more smoother, makes things more accurate for our children as they go through school.
Okay. Real quick, I just want to get to each one of you a tip that you have. Kurt, let's start with you.
Be a cheerleader.
Okay.
That's the most important thing, be an encourager for parents, for their children.
Okay. Katie?
Be a good listener. I always say follow the 80-20 rule. Listen 80%, talk 20.
Oh, that's good. And Dr. Natalie?
I wish I could say it's just COVID that we have to worry about, but parents out there, one of the biggest unintended consequences of the pandemic was missing childhood vaccinations. We already are seeing a lot of flu in the southern hemisphere this year, so flu is going to be a big deal for your kids this year. Polio vaccine, right? That's in the news. Make sure your kids are up to date on all of their childhood vaccinations.
So get back to the doctor.
Get back to the
doctor. I know we all kind of skipped that for a little while there. Dr. Natalie, Katie, Kurt, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you so much for that great advice. All right, coming up, let's get organized. Real Simple's editor-in-chief is here with great tips on how to get your family and your home organized for the new school year.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today All Day's Back to School Boot Camp. And as summer days wind down, busy back to school schedules are starting to kick into high gear. And Real Simple editor-in-chief Lauren Iannotti has a few hacks to help parents and students set themselves up for success this fall. Hi, Lauren. I think we really need your tips today.
I know. That's why I'm here. Listen, I'm living it too. This is my life, and that's why I've got all these tips that are going to help you get in a good position to start that school year.
And I love it. And just reading through these, I think organization is the general theme here, and it's key. And you say first things first, have a command center in your house. What's that?
Right. So rather than just kind of thinking of like a little corner of your kitchen counter as being the place where stuff happens, you need to designate a space. It should be centrally located. Everybody knows where it is. Everybody can access it, so they don't always have to be like, Dad, when is my big calendar, paper calendar I recommend, so you can flip ahead to months ahead and get all the important scheduling stuff on there. And then have an inbox where all the most urgent papers come in, and then you can sort them. But you want them to start there so you know that they're important. And then maybe have like some hanging file folders. I love that because it doesn't take up a ton of space. You can put it right on the wall.
Right.
And I just want to emphasize here, like, it might not be perfectly beautiful. If you can make it beautiful, make it beautiful. But it needs to be functional, and what it's going to do is just make sure everybody knows all the information they need to start their day.
So whatever works for your family, just make sure you have it.
Precisely.
Okay, so I'm usually working during the whole get dressed for school thing, but this is a great hack to kind of have the week planned out for kids.
This is a great hack that we did in Real Simple, where you take a shoe holder and a clean one, a new one maybe, and you label it by day of the week, and you put an outfit in each one. And you just look at the weather ahead of the week, and you'll know, and then just get it in there, and they know seamlessly. They just kind of grab it, and they can put it on. It helps them take some ownership over themselves. They learn how to like sort of dress themselves. And you know, you can do it right from the laundry when you're folding clothes. Just put them right in there, so you save yourself steps.
That's a good idea, because I hate putting laundry away. So this way it just goes right on the shelf. Okay, so once the kids are dressed, it's time for lunch.
Okay, it's time to get lunches ready and feed and breakfast. So for breakfast, make ahead. You know, it's like take a little bit of time on Sunday or a little bit of time on Monday morning, get up a little bit early, you can have that quiet time in the kitchen, and make ahead breakfast. We have a great story in the magazine this month about breakfast tacos. Imagine like a breakfast taco on a Tuesday morning, right? So you make them ahead, freeze them.
Grab it.
Mini frittatas, we've got all these great ideas. So I highly recommend that, because that'll keep them full and sated until lunchtime.
Okay.
And lunchtime is a battle. We've talked about this.
I do not like making lunch. I just feel like it's never healthy, it's never quick, it's never easy. It's just
and are they actually going to eat it? And they, you know.
Yes.
So it's a pain point for me too. And what we recommend is that you buy stuff in bulk, and then you create a grab and go grocery basically in your house. So they can just come up to the bins and be like, I want this granola bar, I want this chips, I want this, these dried fruit, and then you also do it for fresh stuff, for fresh fruits and vegetables. Chop it up, and you're going to put it in you're going to chop a whole bunch up for the week, and put it in the fridge. Find some space in the fridge, and they can grab it. And that also, again, helps them learn how to build a healthy lunch themselves, and it makes sure that they're getting everything that they need.
And you know they're getting what they want too, so
and
it doesn't all come back home from school with them.
Exactly.
Okay, so when it comes to getting organized, I feel like clutter just piles up on the table for me. So how do we avoid the clutter?
So the return home from the things is always a challenge, and you can come into your house and see just like it's like a war zone. There are book bags everywhere, and there are laptop bags, and what we want to do is avoid that. So we have all kinds of strategies for entryway. It should be visible, open storage. Pegs, hooks are great, so the kids can put their coats on themselves. Baskets labeled for their book bags, so they know which one is theirs, and there's no guesswork. And then the next morning, when you're trying to get out the door, you know exactly where everything is. And then you can put these catch-alls on a counter. They'll just for the small things. You don't want it to pile up too much, but everyone can throw their keys if you have bigger kids with keys. Sunglasses, just the little things that they're going to need to grab right on the way out the door. Masks, great place to have masks if they're still wearing masks in school, and take the guesswork out of it, right? And that's just, I know it seems very type A, but you're going to help yourself.
But if you have the option, maybe it'll actually end up in that option.
100%.
So, yes, okay. So homework is also a thing. I'd imagine staying organized so that homework is less stressful is a good idea also.
100%. Homework, my daughter is going to 2nd grade and she is so excited to have homework.
Really?
Homework is a fun thing.
It's like you say that now.
I know. I think we make it less fun by putting stress on kids about it. I think the way to make it, to keep them loving homework and to keep them doing it and make sure they do it on time is to make it seamless and set them up for success. This is an adorable homework caddies. Everything that they need, keep it where they're gonna be doing the work, but it's also portable. So if today we're gonna be at the dining table, you can buy a caddy and just stock it up, or you can DIY it. We have a great idea, real simple, about getting a shoebox, and it involves toilet paper rolls, and the kids would love it. They get to color it themselves and everything.
Right.
And just what that means is they sit down and they just get to it. And then we have this other great hack about time management for kids, because again, all of these things you're trying to teach your kids to sort of take ownership a little bit, little by little, and it's kind of training for them and training for you, because you shouldn't be doing everything for them for their entire lives.
And this clock is a good way to do that.
This clock is great. So you buy an inexpensive clock, and all you got to do is take a marker and sort of mark up what each hour should be designated for. So maybe they get home at 3 to 4 is wind down and snack time. And then maybe 4 to 5 is homework time. And then maybe 5 to 6, I don't know, depending on their age, is bath time, or maybe they'll help you prep dinner or whatever it is.
Love that.
So this takes all the guesswork. I mean, you can kind of want that for yourself too.
Yes, I know. It's it's playtime.
Oh, it's doom scrolling time for mom.
Yes.
No, we're not going to do that.
Haven't done Wordle today, so I better hop on that. These are such great tips, Lauren. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I can't wait to kind of do all this in my house. I've got 2 kids off to school.
Just pick and choose. Remember, not everything's for everybody, and we don't want everyone to feel like you have to have everything clamped down, but it's just to put you in a good position for success in fall.
I love that. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, it is time to tackle your back-to-school shopping list with strategies to save on some of the hottest gear of the season. Stay with us.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We all know back-to-school shopping can be stressful, and it certainly can be expensive. According to the National Retail Federation, a whopping $37 billion will be spent on back-to-school shopping this year, which breaks down to $864 per household. So, what essentials do kids actually need, and most importantly, which ones are worth your hard-earned money? Well, there's no one better to break down what to buy than Grace Bastidas, editor-in-chief of Parents. Hello, Grace. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, too.
All right, we've got all age groups covered here. So let's start, obviously, with the elementary, kindergarten age group here, where lunch boxes and lunch bags are so important.
Yes, lunch boxes. So this one's from Land's End. and it's leak resistant and insulated to keep food cool for up to 5 hours. It's also thick and sturdy, so it protects sandwiches from getting squished, which no one wants to eat, right? And my favorite feature is it has a little compartment on the bottom that fits a water bottle, snacks, or whatever little extra you want to toss in there.
So it has the compartments, which hopefully will keep your kids' lunch organized too.
Yes, exactly.
And this comes in all different colors, I'm assuming.
All colors, whatever patterns your kid wants.
Okay, great. So naturally going with the whole lunch bag theme, the water bottle is so important. Why do you like this one?
This is a stainless steel thermos funtainer, and it's also vacuum insulated to keep drinks cold for 12 hours.
Okay.
And it comes in fun patterns that kids love, and it has a really cute little grip handle that's perfect for little hands to carry throughout the day and keep hydrated. And if your kid drops it, don't worry, it's built to withstand dings.
Okay, so it's even okay to put milk in here because it keeps it cold.
Yes, exactly.
All right, perfect. Okay, now for the next age group, let's talk about backpacks. And, you know, I think it's time everybody gets a new fresh one.
Yes, so this is from JanSport, and I had a JanSport backpack as a kid. And for good reason, right? Because it has a lifetime warranty.
That still exists?
Yes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So if it rips or the zipper breaks, send it back and they'll repair it or send you a new one. And this one is lightweight and fits all the essentials.
It's great because the books can weigh it down, certainly.
Exactly.
So it's nice when the bag doesn't weigh a lot, and it's such a nice pattern too. Okay, so for high schoolers, let's talk about some tech. You have some more expensive and then some more reasonably priced options.
Yes, we have headphones. So my children have this. This is wireless and noise canceling from Puro Quiet, and it has a long-lasting battery life, and it's equipped with limited volume to protect young ears, and it costs $129. Now, if you're on a tighter budget, these from J Buddies Pro cost $35, have Bluetooth technology, and also volume regulators so that your kids can jam safely.
And they're also wireless?
Yes.
Okay, because I feel like nobody wears wires anymore.
No, you want to move around, dance.
So when you have, you know, all kinds of different technology, the iPads, the phones, everything else, it's nice to keep that all organized with the charging station.
Yes, so this is the charging station. It's from Great Useful Stuff, and it turns any surface into a workspace. And it also charges 5 devices simultaneously.
Oh, wow.
And keeps unsightly cords hidden away.
Okay, so when it looks nice, you're more likely to use it, which I always notice. Okay, so for college kids going off to school, there are some appliances you can keep in your dorm room. What do you recommend?
I recommend this Hamilton Beach tea kettle. It's convenient, versatile, and it boils water in a flash. So if your college kid wants to fuel up before class with a cup of coffee, tea, or even a speedy meal, ramen, oatmeal, pasta, whatever, this will do the job. And the best part is that it turns off when it reaches a boil. So that should give you a little peace of mind, which all parents want.
Yes, because you're not always thinking in college about, did I turn that off? I'm not quite sure. A lot of folks going back to school, you know, in the end of the summer, it's the end of August, and it gets really hot. So what do you recommend to keep cool?
And dorm rooms can get hot and stuffy. So packing a fan is actually key. This one is from Dreo. It's a standing fan. It's slim, it's sleek. It can be tucked away in even the smallest closet. And your college freshmen will appreciate that it's super quiet, it won't disturb if they're studying or napping.
Right, because in college, any distraction can happen at any time, so it's nice to keep the quiet with the fan, too. Grace, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
This is wonderful and so helpful, so happy shopping for everyone. All right, coming up, join me in the kitchen as my son Cal and I take on a yummy lunch recipe. We'll be right back.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Yes. This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York.
The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
To refresh and reorganize for fall.
Start today.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today Goes Back to School. We end our show today with a visit to my own kitchen. My son Cal and I whipped up a recipe from one of my favorites on Instagram, Amy Palangian, also known as Yummy Toddler Food. She also has a book called Food Play, which teaches preschoolers how to have fun making their own food in the kitchen. I always make her green pancakes for my boys. They absolutely love it, and I love to sneak some veggies into their meals. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Green pancakes.
With?
Yogurt.
I follow @Yummy Toddler Food on Instagram, and Amy posts these amazing, easy, delicious, healthy recipes for kids. So this actually happens to be a favorite, right? Here we go. Can you peel a banana? Do you know how to peel a banana? Can you peel one?
Yeah. Where is it? This?
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Now peel it.
This?
Yep. Pull it down. Whoa! You can peel your own banana? And put it in the blender. Nice.
That's my first time doing it.
What's your first time peeling a banana?
You asked me.
Good job. High five, Ollie. We're going to add flaxseed. Okay, here. Kevin, can you add cinnamon? Perfect. Do you remember how to crack eggs?
Uh-huh.
It's been a while. Don't put it.
Teaspoon? Put a teaspoon.
Get it all in there. 1 cup of milk.
Stop! No, stop!
I just have a little milk left. That's it. Okay.
It's higher than me.
That's okay.
Terrible. So green.
Okay. Do you want to try the spinach?
Yeah.
This is why we put spinach in the pancakes, because I can't get you to eat it otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay, put it on the blender. Or on the machine, whatever it is. Ollie, flip that up. Good job. Let's plug in the griddle. This is gonna get super duper hot, okay? Some whole wheat flour. See how this is super healthy?
All of it? Now can I mix some?
Careful.
Yeah.
Get underneath it and commit to the flip. Yes! That's okay. Good?
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Am I your helper, chef?
You're my sous chef. You're always my sous chef. Press. Put all your strength into your arms and squeeze it down. That looks good, right?
Keep going, baby. Take this bite, Mommy?
Yes.
Stop.
Yes.
Yummy. Why are you feeling off?
Do you like it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. And it's healthy too if you want to sneak a bite for yourself. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Here's to a happy and healthy new school year. And remember, you've got this.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, no
the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. And we had made that pesto, which was, exactly. I almost got out of this one clean. Turn it down. Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. And unfortunately for today's culinary coach and my dear friend Siri Daly, she's experienced my kitchen chaos up close a few too many times.
The biggest step is slicing it.
Oh boy, come on, oh my gosh. Well, I'm ready to put that behind me. Now, Siri's gonna teach me some kid-friendly favorites, including mac and cheese and chicken tenders with a few special ingredients. Plus, I'm gonna learn, finally, how to make a perfect grilled cheese. The real test will be to see if our kids love what we make, and they are a tough crowd. But I'm excited to give it a try, so let's get started. Hi, Siri.
Well, hello. Thank you for having me.
We meet again in the kitchen.
I know.
Although usually you're doing the cooking and I'm doing the staring.
Not today.
Or the
my
drinking.
Friend, not today.
Well, you know that my kids don't have the healthiest of eating habits. I really do want to learn some basic things so I could feed them a decent dinner, maybe sneak in some vegetables.
We can do that. Our plan for today is, first, Savannah will learn how to make a perfect grilled cheese. Then we'll cook the noodles for the mac and cheese. Make the cheese sauce, bread and bake the chicken tenders, prepare a special sauce, and serve.
Every Saturday, Charlie wants a grilled cheese for lunch, and I try to do it, but I end up, I put it on the griddle, I put butter, then I end up, the cheese doesn't melt, but the outside is burnt.
Right.
I end up putting it in the microwave. It's a disaster.
Okay, so here we go. We're gonna start with our bread.
Okay.
I'm gonna use some classic whole wheat, but we have sourdough here, Italian. I've even done it with English muffins, which is kind of fun.
I love that.
And cinnamon raisin bread, because I know Charlie has a hankering for that. You choose what you would like. I'm gonna go, like I said, with just the regular kind of whole wheat.
I'm gonna try whole wheat too.
We have salted butter here, just one side of the bread.
Okay, well, see, I do both sides.
This is the side that's gonna go on the griddle, and that will get it all nice and gooey and buttery and golden brown. You just basically wanna kind of smother it and make sure you get it all the way up to the edges so that not a single piece of bread is without.
But now if I did wanna do your mayonnaise trick, I would do butter and then mayonnaise.
Yeah, and then maybe just do like a little less butter, a little less mayonnaise so you're not, smothering it, but I have found it does tend to enhance the flavor a little bit, but there's nothing wrong with salted butter.
And you always keep your butter out on the kitchen counter, which shocked me. I thought you had to keep it in the fridge.
I keep salted butter out. Salted butter tends to last longer on the counter. My grandma did that, my mom did that.
And then it's nice and soft, not like, you know. Okay, I did mine.
Okay.
I beat you. Did I do enough?
Okay, now we're gonna use about 2 ounces of cheese, which is roughly like 4 slices.
And this is a pretty thin slice, like some of my white American cheese is thick.
Right. So if it's thicker, then maybe 2 slices.
Okay.
But, I'm gonna try 4 here, and again, okay, now we're gonna turn this over, because we wanna do it, that's the side that's gonna go on the griddle, right? Okay. So,
already screwed up.
It's all right. This is pretty, forgiving recipe.
Is it okay that it's, hanging over the edges? I get kind of obsessive about that.
You wanna get them just kind of right up to the edges, but it's okay if it hangs off a little, because honestly, that's the best part. I don't know if your kids make you cut off the crust, but my kids do, and then, pro mom tip, you just eat it.
Exactly.
So, and that's your lunch.
Yeah, and that's your lunch. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're gonna put it on the griddle carefully because it's hot.
Wait, what did we put on this? Nothing?
No, because
no oil, no cooking spray.
The butter is basically your cooking spray.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're gonna not touch it for about 2.5 minutes. You kind of want to go slow and low, and then I'm gonna show you a little trick after that. Oh, by the way, we have some.
Oh, what is this?
Some spiked lemonade, if you would like to cheers.
Now we're getting closer to our reality.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have regular lemonade for the children.
Yes,
but,
exactly. Okay, so this is going on.
Yes, we don't want to move it because that will disrupt the cooking process, and we're really trying to get the bread nice and golden
That's funny,
brown.
because what I'd be doing is pressing this down. Press, 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 press.
Another thing, make sure you use a plastic spatula, because anything metal will scrape your griddle or even your nonstick pan. That's key.
Okay.
Then, let me show you our little trick. Okay, you have one over here. This is called a burger dome. Okay, so after we flip this, we're gonna cover it with our burger dome for another about 2 minutes.
Okay.
And that's gonna ensure that the cheese melts and gets nice and ooey gooey and the bread still crisps.
Could I put just like a glass lid if I have for a pot?
Not glass. I would use, again, like a metal bowl or a pot. You could use a pot.
Okay.
Whatever you use, if it doesn't have a handle like this, use pot holders to remove it.
Why is everyone warning me all the time about the pans are hot? You know, I know.
Listen, I have burn marks from all my times in the kitchen, so you're not alone.
Okay.
I
know.
Right, we're gonna flip them now.
See, I find that
you
hard.
need to use your fingers.
Oh, is
just
that
make
okay?
Sure. Yeah, that's
Ooh,
what
that
see,
looks
look.
good.
Look how pretty. Oh,
wow.
perfect.
But now the cheese is not
press
melted.
it down a little bit, so that's why now we grab our burger domes.
So right away goes the burger dome. I'm gonna get one of these.
That's it.
I wonder where I've been going wrong.
Maybe you're trying to do it too fast. I feel like a lot of people just want to crank up the heat.
Yeah.
And that will just burn your bread and your cheese won't melt enough.
What if I wanted to add like turkey or ham or something like that?
This is just like your basic grilled cheese. Now you could add tomatoes, bacon, ham, turkey, anything.
When would I add it in this process?
In the beginning, right?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
When you put on the cheese, you would add whatever else you want. All right, I think we're ready.
Okay.
Let's see. Ooh, look at that meltiness on the side.
Yours is meltier than mine, but it looks good.
Well, sometimes it depends on the cheeses. I think that looks great.
Okay.
All right.
Ooh, I mean, this truly
look
does
at
look
that.
great.
Just slice it.
You know what my mom used to make?
Do you do triangles or rectangles?
I
We
like
both just did
triangles, rectangles, or strips. My mom used to do fried bologna a lot.
Ooh.
I know, it's very 70s. That tastes good though.
So good.
Oh my gosh. I'm a culinary genius now.
We did it. Grilled cheese. All right.
I needed to know this.
On to the next.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're gonna make a baked mac and cheese with a special ingredient. There's going to be cauliflower blended into the sauce. I'm telling you, your kids will not know. Okay?
Sneaking in vegetables.
Yep,
is the
not
name
above
of the
it,
game.
not above it. So we have boiling water over here. We wanna always season our water before. So you can generously season
All right,
with the salt.
I'm trying to get better at being generous.
Okay, because you're a very generous person.
Yes, but not with salt. And thank you. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I mean, like, I would normally have thought that's enough. More.
Should we taste it? So the reason you want to salt it so generously, especially in this case, is the pasta's only cooking for 6 minutes, so it's not going to have a lot of time to absorb
I think
that.
I need more.
Let's just do more. I mean, you can.
It should taste real salty.
Yeah. Instead of using your finger.
Yeah.
Just like pour some in.
That just seems so
Oh,
excessive.
gosh.
I can't.
Okay.
How
all
about that?
right, okay, all right.
Good. Okay, pour in. This is a pound of elbow mac.
A pound of elbow mac. So just take that wooden spoon and give it a stir a couple times just to break up the pasta. You don't want it to stick together.
Do I keep the heat on high?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You should be good. Okay. Now, for a nice little shortcut, I have this cauliflower that you can steam in the microwave.
That is cheating.
It's not cheating. We are busy mothers. There's nothing wrong with it.
We're microwaving?
We're microwaving it. Put it this side down so that the
Scandal!
Microwave. Just do 5. And that'll give us a good timing on the pasta. I mean, if you want, you can always cut up your florets and steam it. Like, I've done that, obviously, but
you know what?
on a busy night.
I know my way around a microwave.
This is Monterey Jack, which I'm going to take. That is cheddar,
Okay.
8 ounces each.
Okay.
We are going to, I use the big
I like
side.
the big side.
Yep.
I'm good on the grating until we get to the very end.
Right. That's when you kind of just want to, scoot your hands back as much as you can.
I'm not gonna lie, my tricep hurts.
I know. So then you don't have to go to the gym either.
Geez,
This is like your fingers are getting awfully close. Just keep going with this. Put it down.
Am I scaring you?
Yes.
Scaring you a little bit? Scaring myself. Okay.
See, like when I get to the very end, honestly, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna break it up because, again, like little pieces will melt.
Oh, see, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why people are nervous. Does the recipe call for blood? I can't tell. I think my arm's gonna be sore tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
now, what we're gonna do is
yeah.
we're gonna reserve 3/4 cup of the cheese.
Can it live together?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna put our cheese on this same sheet pan to just make some room.
Mine can come over here.
Yes.
Oh, there's our cauliflower.
So the cauliflower's, I'm gonna let it sit for just a second because it's hot, and why don't we drain the pasta?
Okay. All right. Let me guess, hot pot? Ooh, it's a heavy one too.
I know. So right into the drainer.
Just pour it all in.
Yeah.
Right?
And then put some cold water, rinse the pasta because that's gonna stop the cooking process.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cold
so
water.
just cold water, it'll
Just
stop the
rinse it?
cooking. Yep.
Okay, it's not gonna get too soggy?
No. And then you can kind of just shake it, let it drain in the sink, and that's it. We'll leave it there while we make our sauce. So do you wanna go grab the cauliflower from the microwave?
Ooh, I better bring a thing in case it's hot.
Just hold on to like the edges of the bag.
Okay. Ah, just kidding. Look, it says pick up here.
Yeah,
well, that's helpful.
so convenient.
That's friendly.
Okay, now we are going to cut that open and we're gonna pour it right into the blender.
So
All right,
that.
so now we're going to add 1.5 cup of milk. We have whole milk here. You can use 2%, but I wouldn't go any lower than that just because it's gonna add flavor. And it's helpful if the milk is at room temperature. If it's not, you can always like microwave it for like 15 to 20 seconds. It'll just help when you make your roux that everything's kind of consistent.
I fear kitchen machinery. Anything with blades is a little scary. Does that seem good?
That seems good.
Okay, then what?
Okay, so on.
And then what?
And we'll probably hit the puree button if your blender has that. There you go. Wow. And we're gonna let it go just for a little bit.
I always feel I have to hold it.
All right, that's looking pretty good. I think we can stop it and just, we want to blend it until it's really, really smooth and silky and creamy because any chunks might, sound off the children alarm.
Alert, vegetable, alert, vegetable. Okay, ooh, that looks milky.
That looks very good,
I think it does.
Why don't you grab that butter,
All
and we're
right.
just gonna butter our casserole dish. Just
How
bring
am I
that over
doing
here.
it? Okay.
We're gonna, you can
Like
use
I would
your
just
hands,
go like take
but
the
I
stick
just like
and
to
stick it around.
Yeah, you could do that. Or you could just kind of like scoop it up with this and just get the sides in.
Your way seems classier.
I just don't like mess. I'm just
I don't either.
so OCD.
You really
There you
are.
go.
Is that good? Okay.
Yeah.
But that
A little
doesn't
more.
seem
You
like
can
a
do more.
much.
Yeah.
Like I like to
Yeah,
get
I
in
would get a
there.
good goop.
I usually just take the stick.
Perfect.
Am I getting the sides
There's nothing
too?
wrong with taking the stick. Yeah, sides and bottom.
This is where my type A personality really
Yeah,
comes
yeah.
in. I'm like, I want every side done just right. I don't want to mess it up, I want to get an A. I want to get an A.
A+ on buttering the casserole dish. Okay.
That's over.
Now we're gonna measure out 1 more cup of milk.
Okay.
There you go.
Got it.
3 tablespoons of flour. You can measure out and put in that little bowl.
Okay. This is
That's
mise
gonna
or
be-
mise en place.
Absolutely. Wow.
Or mise en place.
Then we are going to start our roux. I'll put the cheese over here just for
Okay.
later. Okay, the first thing we're gonna do is get 4 tablespoons of butter, and you can kind of eyeball that.
Well, I can't, but I know that one stick
it's about
is
a half of
a
the
stick.
Yeah.
So it's like that.
Perfect. And just throw that right in the pot.
I enjoy this part.
Yeah.
I just like to see how the butter skates around. you know?
Right? It's really pretty.
Seems like it's
and
having
it
a
also
good time.
smells good.
Yeah. This is what cooking should be.
You can add the flour. We have to whisk constantly. That's why we love to have everything ready because this is kind of something you have to babysit.
Yes.
You don't really want to walk away at this point.
Okay.
Just make sure that you try to avoid the clumps.
Okay.
And then when
Add
we add the milk, we're also going to do it sort of slowly. We don't want to
Okay.
add it all at once.
I like to dump it in, so don't
Because
do that.
we want to activate the flour and the starch.
Does that look
and
frothy to you?
It's looking good, yeah. See how it's starting to bubble a little?
Yeah. I like to. This is awesome. I'm so impatient. I'm like, let's
know.
get in there.
Perfect. Now you can add some more.
Wow, this is coming together.
Yeah. And then next, we're gonna add our milky
but
cauliflower mixture.
But don't I want to get this a little smoother first?
That's good.
Woo! God, this is worse. Not since my Jane Fonda aerobics routine have I worked out this hard.
Yeah, but you probably did that this morning.
I know, I'm like, yeah. Add the cauliflower puree and stir to combine. Is this a little at a time thing? Like this, or can I just dump it on?
Since you've already added, yeah, you're good to go now. Perfect. And
Wait,
it's gonna start to thicken.
This is so
right?
sneaky. You would
So
never know
sneaky.
this is cauliflower.
Yep. And then we're gonna add our cheese.
Bring to a simmer. Now, is this a simmer?
Yeah, because see the bubbles starting to form.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whisking constantly. Cook for 1 to 2 minutes until thickens. Do you think that's thick enough?
It's getting there. Another way to tell is if once you kind of lift it, you want to just see some of the remains on the spoon.
I mean, this whole constant stirring.
Yeah.
It's like a baby. You always have to be watching it.
5 minutes of babysitting.
Yeah.
All right.
This seems cooked.
Yeah. So now let's add our cheese.
Okay. All right, we're just gonna dump it in?
Yeah, and then just continue to stir.
I wanna have a big splash. Okay.
Perfect.
Now I'm gonna get my stirrer out.
Yeah.
Goodbye, whisk.
Goodbye, whisk.
You've done a good job, but we're moving on. Okay.
This is my favorite part, too.
Yeah,
It
this
just
looks
gets
pretty
so
yummy.
cheesy.
Season with salt to taste, but
and
I'm not there ready for that
Here's where we grab the magic
spoon box. Do you want to taste it, or are you trusting me?
I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna trust your palate.
I think it needs a little salt.
Some salt. Go for it.
Okay. Well, not a lot, though.
Okay.
It's pretty tasty.
There you go. I mean, there's salt in the cheese naturally, and so, that's good.
I mean,
okay.
I don't know. The salting thing is very perplexing to me.
Now, I'm gonna
it's
grab
I don't want to over salt
the
but I don't want
pasta.
to
I know. That's why you can always, you can.
Now what happens?
Put some on. Now I'm gonna break this pasta up just a little bit so that it doesn't clump
Oh,
together.
you
when
add
we
the pasta
yes.
to here, but it says remove from the heat, so I think I need to
okay,
turn it off.
you want to turn it off? Yep.
Okay.
And
It's
then
off.
I kind of declumped the pasta so we don't splatter ourselves.
I mean, this is starting to look
Stir
real
that up.
good.
We're gonna
I would
put
eat it just like this.
Yeah, but it's gonna get so nice and baked and crispy on the top, and because we're gonna add that cheese that we reserved.
So I'm just basically trying to coat as much now. This is just about stirring and coating.
And then we can just pour it in because we can also kind of stir it up in here.
All right, I'm gonna transfer it. Are you ready?
Yep,
Do you feel good
ready,
about that
ready.
decision? Oh, I didn't taste
I will
it
have
again,
a
but I'm
sip
just gonna
while
trust.
you transferred.
Okay.
I kind of like this. I'm not doing any work.
You are. Trying to explain this to me is work. Okay.
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 You got
ready?
it?
Yeah.
Yum.
It looks so good. Okay.
Now
Yum.
just sprinkle the top with this remaining mixture
Oh, with
of
the
cheese.
remaining cheese, just okay.
I'm gonna just eat some.
Yep.
While you do that.
I love that. And this cheese will get kind of brown probably, right?
Yes. So now we're gonna bake it in a 350-degree oven for about 45 minutes until it cooks all the way through, gets nice and hot and gooey. The sauce will thicken some more in the oven.
Great.
Perfect.
Now, if I wanted to just stop it right here, cover it, and then bake it at a later
Yes,
day,
you
could I do that?
You could absolutely do that.
Okay.
Put it in the fridge, even in the freezer if you wanted to, but in the fridge, just make sure you kind of let it sit at room temperature for a little bit before you put it in the oven, and it's good to go.
Should I put it in?
Yeah. Top oven.
Okay.
I'm so proud.
Me too. Remember that time?
Good job.
All right.
High five.
Yay!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
So the mac and cheese is in the oven. Now we are going to make some Parmesan crusted chicken fingers.
Yum.
Chicken tenders.
My kids live on chicken fingers.
Right? And so first we're going to set up a dredging station. So first, why don't you grab the flour, and we're gonna add 3/4 cup to this pie pan. And I like to use pie pans because it's just the perfect shallow dish with, you know, the ridged
That's a good
sides.
idea.
Yeah. Now we're gonna use 3 egg whites. Have you ever separated?
I have. I
Okay.
think I do know how to do it. 3 egg whites.
Do you want me to do one with you? Or do
Well,
you
let me
wanna-
try,
Okay,
and you
great.
can grade me.
And then, yeah, you can put the
egg whites.
Egg white will go in here. Yeah.
Well,
egg yolk. There you go.
Oh shoot. Okay. You got any extra eggs? Just.
And it's
I know.
okay. So
it's
this
not
isn't
pretty.
like this
it's not
isn't
pretty, but I can do it.
Yeah, that's perfect. But I'm gonna give you a little tip. Instead of cracking the egg on a side, crack it on the countertop.
Oh, really?
It'll give you a more even shell. Sometimes when you crack it, there you go.
Oh.
When you crack it on the.
Oh my gosh,
it
that's
shoots
so much
right.
better.
There you go.
Wow, game change.
Okay, so now the panko, and we're gonna use about a cup
that
of
the panko?
Yep, that's
Okay.
the panko. You can use breadcrumbs too. I just like panko because I feel
What's
like
the
it
difference?
gets a little crispier. This is a Japanese breadcrumb.
Oh, okay.
Breadcrumbs tend to just be more fine.
1 cup.
And I like the crisp that panko offers.
Okay, good
Yeah,
to know.
so
I actually always wondered what the heck the difference was. Okay.
1
I'm
cup
just
of
sprinkling
that.
it around. Okay.
And then a 1/3 cup of Parmesan.
Okay.
Right there. And then you can use that whisk to kind of, perfect.
Okay.
And just kind of combine that. So now our dredging station is all set.
Okay.
Chicken, we have 5 chicken tenders here, which you can find at the store. If you don't find chicken tenders, you can always buy breasts and kind of just cut them into strips.
Okay. So now, what am I doing? Just laying
Just
it on
gonna
the
lay
pan?
it on here because it's just gonna be a vessel for us to season the chicken.
So I'm not, this isn't the pan I'm gonna
No.
cook in?
No.
Okay, so I don't need to grease
Nope.
it or whatever. Okay.
Perfect.
So it could be a plate, could be anything.
Yeah. And then season generously, the word of the day.
Both sides?
Both sides. So you can use
Okay.
those tongs to flip it over. Because this is really the only point other than like the Parmesan that we're seasoning.
enough?
That's great. That looks great.
I'm getting
Perfect.
more
Yes.
like
Yes,
liberal with
I like
my
it. Okay. That's
salt. Good?
Awesome. Yep. And then turn it.
Okay.
Perfect.
And I guess you could do pepper if your kids liked it, but it's always a little it's questionable whether they do. Is that good?
That's great.
Okay.
That's perfect.
All right.
Okay, now we are going to spray our sheet over there with some baking spray.
Okay.
Because then we're going to put it right on to our
Are we baking these?
dish. Yes, we're going to bake that.
Oh, we're not frying?
We're not frying.
Oh, that's healthier, right?
Yeah. So first we're going to coat in the flour. You can just do one at a time.
So I'm just dropping it. How
Just
much?
make sure
just
it gets
a little
just
bit?
coated on both sides.
Like that's good?
Yeah, that's
okay.
great.
What about the sides?
And
No? Okay, they're fine. Then?
To the egg whites.
And I'm just coating both sides too? Okay.
Perfect. You can kind of like let some of that drip off because sometimes it can get a little goopy. Perfect. And then into the panko.
Okay.
Get that nice and coated.
Yeah, this is the good stuff,
Yes.
right?
And you can,
Kinda.
yeah, perfect.
Okay. That's good?
Yeah.
Okay. And just set it there.
Set it down. And
Okay.
then
And then here we go.
repeat.
Ooh, it's the last one.
There we go.
This lucky guy is gonna get all this good stuff. Okay.
All right. Into the bottom oven.
All right. 425 convection oven. How long?
450.
450, like I said.
About 10 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
Yes. This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in your...
The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
To refresh and reorganize for fall.
Start today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I can smell the chicken. It's almost done. We're gonna make a really quick special sauce. You can call it Savannah's special sauce. So this is a cup of mayonnaise.
Okay.
We're gonna add a 4th cup of ketchup.
Okay. Any old ketchup?
Yep. And you can taste this if you like less ketchup, if you like more, if you don't want ketchup. It's just kind of a fun. It just looks like the sauces you get at like fast food restaurants.
This is a
tablespoon of mustard. You can use yellow. Dijon. I feel like the Dijon can be kind of spicy for kids, so
yeah.
I stick with yellow.
Kids like sauce. They like to dip.
Yes.
And just mix it up?
Dipping is key, yep.
With the whisk or this little spatula?
You can use that, whatever, yeah. Until it kind of gets that like pinky special.
Oh my gosh, it is the stuff that's on your fast food burger. Savannah's secret sauce.
Savannah's secret sauce.
Okay.
So why don't you spoon that into, yep, there you go. And then, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, now why don't you go check on the mac and cheese?
Okay.
Because it's probably done. But what I like to do sometimes at the very end is just broil it.
Done.
Okay. Well, let me see. Let's just broil it for like a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
Because it'll just get nice and caramelized on the top. You just have to
How
make
long?
sure you watch your broiler because every oven's different. It could be like 30 seconds or it could be 2 minutes.
What am I looking for?
Just to get that kind of brown caramelization. But why don't you grab the chicken, because I think that's done. Here, do you need oh, you got it.
When you tell me to watch the oven, I am ready to do it. I'm ready to stare obsessively.
Stand
this
there.
looks good.
Perfect.
I can't believe we made this.
You made this, Savannah, correction.
It looks yummy.
Right, here, put it right here,
okay.
and then you can just take the tongs and throw them on there, and then we'll check on our mac and cheese. It should be done.
Ooh, nice and crispy.
Perfect. And they look really good.
They actually do.
Okay, now we can grab the mac and cheese.
Okay. Ooh, yeah.
Does it look good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh, got that little golden top.
Perfect. Yeah, just gets it nice and, I love the crusty edges.
A little broil. Ooh, okay.
All right, you grab
I
that.
still haven't learned this technique.
I will grab, that was pretty good.
Okay.
I'll grab this, and we can eat.
Yum. Okay, we
Yum.
did this.
We did it.
Let's eat like toddlers.
Okay.
This actually looks very good to me.
I'm excited.
Okay, so be careful,
Can I
that's hot.
Serve you up some?
Yes, please.
Look at how, you see.
It's good, and look at that.
It sounds all nice and crusty.
I'm gonna see if I can taste the cauliflower.
Yep, that's the real test. Well, the real test will
come.
Let's see.
Okay, I'm just gonna use my hands to take some chicken. Put some Series Savannah special sauce.
Yep. No, this is all yours now. You get to take credit for that sauce.
Okay. Smells good. Bon appetit.
Cheers, bon appetit.
Cheers. Okay. Here's the test.
All right.
I'm going for the cauliflower.
Me too.
First. I just want to see.
So hot.
Hot and delicious. It's really good.
It's so good. You can't tell.
You cannot tell.
Not one bit.
I'm just gonna get into this chicken. Should I dip it
Moving
the way
on.
my kids would? No,
Yeah,
let's go classy.
whatever.
You're right. You're right.
All right.
It's good.
So good. There is no
It tastes
right. There's
good.
no right and wrong when it comes to kid food.
You are actually a delicious chef. So thank you for doing this silly kid food with me. But this is what I actually need to know.
It's not silly. We have picky eaters combined.
Yes.
And so this is what we have to do. I mean, we have to have fun, interesting meals for them.
It's good, and now I don't have to feel so guilty. Well, this is a triumph. There's only one thing to do now. you know what we have to do?
Put it to the test.
Put it to the test with the kids.
All right.
I
An
think
excuse to get together.
Exactly. Let's do
Let's do it. Good luck.
To you too. Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It's a big day for the return of millions to school and work, and we're tracking some extreme weather from coast to coast.
Everything you need to know before you head out the door. It's September 6th, and this is today. States of emergency. Heavy rain up and down the entire East Coast, creating new flooding. And neighbors helping neighbors in the hard-hit